Մեծարգո պարոն նախարար, հարգարժան
Your Excellency, Mr. Minister, dear guests and participants, I take the freedom to welcome everybody on the Organization Committee of the Armenian IGT Forum. As you know, the Internet Conference Forum is an open platform for everybody. Here we discuss all modern problems and issues concerning Internet, listen to the opinions of the local and foreign country experts and make initiatives, discuss ideas. This is the second time we have such conference this year for the organization and for the happening of which I want to thank our sponsors and supporters. IKEA and Internet community are our golden sponsors who are always ready to support the Internet governance forums on local, regional and global level. The other international sponsor of ours is the Armigf Association, whose mission is to support such initiatives all over the world. Among the sponsors, I want to mention the name of the Armenian Internet community, who is already for more than a decade working in this sphere and is the registrar of the domains .am and .hi. So our forum is devoted to the topic of sustainable development. We anticipate interactive participation in the discussions of this conference. And with this, I want to give the floor to the Minister of Transportation, Communication and of Armenia to say the opening words for this conference. Thank you. Dear colleagues, I want to welcome cordially all the participants and organizers of the second forum of Armenian Internet governance. This is really a very good example of close collaboration of private and state agencies and bodies of Armenia, giving high importance to the role of IT in our economy. I am sure that we shall we shall open more potentials for creating practical relations for the entities acting in that sphere in our country and involving the international experience. I want to state that the topics that are involved in the agenda of the forum are really in accord with the challenges that are faced by our society. Our country has chosen the development of this sphere as one of the priorities of the development of our country, and for the axial improvement, enhancement of this sphere, we are going to take all necessary efforts. Once again, I want to welcome all participants or organizers of the conference and wish you a very productive work. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Now, with your permission, I am inviting for a welcoming word the Deputy Head of the organization IKEA for the Mr. Yakushev. Morning, thank you very much. I will allow myself, take the freedom to speak in English because my Armenian is not that good, so as I would be able to welcome you in your beautiful so nevertheless, well, yes, ստիպված եմ հիմա թարգմանել հայերեն.
Language which plays more important role in what we call global internet governance because of the development of your internationalized domain name .hi. Armenia is a real leader in what we can tell the global internet governance. It shows very good example of interaction of all stakeholders, including the government, including the civil society and the business. And it also shows the very good level of relationship with ICANN, the corporation which is responsible for managing the system of global identifiers. I'm very pleased that we have a wonderful addition to our ICANN team, which is from Armenia. The lady whom you know, Siranush Vardanyan, finally was hired by ICANN, and she became the representative of the 31 country whose citizens are part of our big ICANN family. Of course, we also expect more active participation and involvement of Armenian researchers, Armenian civil society activists, Armenian businessmen in what we call internet governance. And we have a chance to discuss these issues and to make certain progress during the second IGF. It was very successful last year. This time it has another format. It's more compact with very interesting presentations, with very interesting speakers. And I wish you all the best and success with this second Armenian IGF. Thank you.
Շնորհակալություն։ Այժմ ուզում եմ հրավիրել ինտերնետ
All right, thank you very much. Now I want to invite Mr. Frederick Duncan, the head of the Internet.
Very glad to be here today, Mr. Minister, dear colleagues of ICANN, RIPE, and of course, our wonderful chapter of the Internet Society. So I've been told that timing matters in life, and I would like to congratulate the chapter of the Internet Society for organizing the first IGF in a new era of post-INA transition. History will remember that. So very good inspiration, so congratulations for this. And by the way, we will have time today, I've seen the agenda, to also congratulate ourselves and talk about this INA transition. I believe it's a very important step. We all should be aware of it. To quote Cathy Brown, I believe this is a remarkable testament to the many individuals and the organization in the world who have done the best for the internet. So let's be proud of this. For the Internet Society, we have still much work to do, though. You know that access is key to us. So far, there are more than 3 billion people who have access to the internet. This is 43% of the worldwide populations, meaning we still have much work to do to attract the next billions, and those one will be much more difficult. 57% of the population still don't have access to the internet. When you see what we've done, and policymakers have done the recent years and the recent decades, we have focused quite much on network infrastructure. I believe this is still accurate, but we realize that we might also turn to other essential assets and issues to attract people to the internet. The first one is relevance. Because we see in many countries that although people might have access to the internet, they just don't do, and they just don't feel the internet is relevant for them. So it tells us a lot. It tells us that content is really important and matters. So it's also about investing in content infrastructures, IXPs, data centers, hubs, etc. So we certainly will address that today. And then there are other issues. I see gladly that in a few minutes after our keynote, we will have someone here in Armenia to talk us through Innovation Hub and Enterprise Incubator. This is really essential. This is just about skills and entrepreneurship. You know, the beauty of the internet is that the next Facebook or Twitter might just come from here in Armenia, and I really wish it will. But you need an environment to support this, to support innovation and to create such an ecosystem. And then last but not least, this is also about governance. We also need to include those people who normally have no voice in the internet, users, civil society. If you got those ADN right, you can really push a country or a region at the highest level internet penetrations. And this is a nice transition because I can see in this room, and thank you, Mr. Minister, but thank you all the people who are here today, that we have this ADN today to just, today to just discuss all of these issues. So I wish us a very fruitful event. And again, thanks again for the chapters for organizing this first IGF on such a day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Շնորհակալություն, պարոն Ֆրեդերիկ, շատ ամփոփ
Indeed, you spoke very concisely and introduced the points that we are going to discuss in the course of the day very comprehensively. I want to now invite Mr. Maxim Bortikov, the responsible for foreign relations of the company RAI-PCC.
We're very happy to be here. We're very happy to support this meeting. And we must say it's a huge pleasure to see how local internet community is growing over the years. Only a year ago, we were hosting and making it happen the regional conference, RAI-PCC regional conference here in Yerevan. And I must say that this was the moment when you all know about the energy transition that just happened. It's a huge step. And last year, a year ago, an Armenian community had an opportunity to shape the way it all happened right now. It all happened positively. And a year ago, an Armenian community had a voice, had an opportunity to contribute to the outcome of it. So we're very proud of the momentum that the Armenian technical community had managed to build. And we urge you to keep doing what you're doing, this magic that you're doing, because we do feel we do support meetings and we do help meetings all over the region, and we do feel something special in here. So that's a very valuable thing. And also, Mr. Minister, we have you opening this meeting just like you opened the meeting of Enoch 2 days ago. This is very positive involvement of the government, and we feel it. We talk to the community, and community says that yes, this is very positive, equal footing work between the community and the government. That's a very important thing that you're building here in the country. So I wish everyone successful and fruitful meeting, and I must say that RAI-PCC has big plans for developing the momentum in Armenia as well. We're going to be coming back with more meetings, organizing more forums, organizing more trainings, and especially in local language. Just recently we had the Train the Trainer program accomplished. We had 4 people from Armenia, from Yerevan, who were able to pass this training and now going to be able to come here and do the trainings in Armenian language for the Armenian community. And yes, so the plans are big, and I wish you all success. Thank you.
Շնորհակալություն։ Այժմ սիրով ուզում եմ հրավիրել ինտերնետ
I want to invite the Secretary of Interbranch Board of Internet Community and Mr. Grigor Sahyan. Dear participants, dear Mr. Minister, I'm really very glad to see so many guests and so many participants here. On behalf of the internet community, I want to welcome everybody, and I would like to say a couple of words on how our collaboration is going on with different clusters of the society, with the initiative of the Ministry of Transportation and Internet community. The Council on Internet Governance has been created, which includes tripartite participants, the private government. The board is led by Gagik Tadevosyan. He has a meeting today in Istanbul. That's why he's not here. And the secretariat of the Internet Governance is the Internet community, actually. And here we see a very well distribution of responsibilities when the coordination is under the aegis of the Ministry of Transportation, but the public organization, civil organization is really very active in participating. We have had many meetings, a lot of work has been done, so I want to say that this kind of collaboration has become the initiator of this forum of ours of today. And it turns out that the Internet Governance Forum, together with the Ministry of Transportation and Communication, have initiated and organized this very conference. I hope that all the topics that have been suggested for the agenda are really how to say, are really fresh, and the choice of the topics have been made from bottom to top, and through internet voting we have chosen the most urgent issues. So I want to thank you, Mr. Minister, that you have indicated that the topics are really very important and urgent, but these topics have been chosen, I want to highlight, by the society by itself. In the course of 3 months we have managed to edit the suggested topics and create today's agenda. Again, thank you very much, and I want to wish everybody a fruitful working day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank all the speakers. Once again, I want to thank our international and local sponsors, as well as thank you very much, Mr. Minister, that today you are with us at opening this event. We appreciate very highly our collaboration, the society and the government. Thank you very much. So with this, opening the part, finishing the opening part of the event, I want to now introduce or give the floor, better say, to the first speaker, who will introduce speak, better say, about all those innovations which are being supported by the incubator of enterprises, and I'm inviting Mr. Bagrat Yengibaryan to make the presentation. The topic of Mr. Yengibaryan is IT labor market challenges, and Mr. Yengibaryan is the head of the Enterprise Incubator Foundation. Some technical issues are to be solved, most probably. Okay, let me start. Firstly, I want to welcome all organizers and all guests. This is an honor for me to be here and to speak for you. If you won't mind, I will speak in English so as to make it easier, the matter of translation.
English to make the life of our guests easy, so, because most of the locals, they already had a chance to discuss these issues. Once again, First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Bagrat Yengibaryan. I'm a director of Enterprise Incubator Foundation. This is one of the largest IT business development and incubation agencies in the region, not only in Armenia, but the region. And we're managing more than 5 incubators and innovation centers in Armenia, in Yerevan, and 3 in regions of the country. We have been established in 2002, and during these years also we managed to create a model which is already interesting not only for Armenia but also for the most of the countries in the region. So why we are also providing lots of services to other countries in the region and in the world also. Before going deep into the topic, I will give a short overview about the sector of IT. We are happy now because finally we have a new ministry which called Ministry of IT, Communication and Transport. I don't know why they're calling vice versa IT at the end, but I think in the nearest future IT will become one of the major activities of the ministry. And as Minister already mentioned, IT was declared a priority in 2001, and the government and the private sector and also the community are they're putting a lot of efforts on development of the sector. So during these last 10-15 years, we managed that IT became, I will say, the largest sector in the country by number of employed people. Finally, we reached the target, which is 15,000 employed people in the sector, not including only technical people, not including support staff, which is more than in the mining sector. And when we're speaking about an average salary, this is one of the highest in the country, which is more than 1,000 US dollar equivalent. But what is interesting, the sector is not only growing, and we have more than 500 companies, but also the productivity of the sector is very high. So the productivity is coming to the close to the of the employees closer to the developed countries. And also the geography of the sector is wide. So if you are looking on an expert, it's mainly more than 60% of the sector it's work expert oriented. Still, the US is the largest market. But during the last few years, Europe, especially CIS countries, Russia, are becoming more and more active, and Armenian companies are getting more part in their contracts. But also, in ownership structure, there's still the foreign investments are large, and especially it's interesting the role of the diaspora, because the diaspora is playing a major role in the investments of finding a SaaS contract and the development of the sector. One of the major competitive advantages that Armenian IT is developing is still education. And we have, if you know, there are more than 60 higher educational establishments in the country. And most of them, they have some IT specialization, but there are top 15 who are very active in the development of IT and providing IT skill set. And still the popular ones are Yerevan State University, Sejinjing University, and others. But one of the major things that we see during the last few years, it's there's a high inertia in higher education system. Educational organizations had difficulties to adapt their needs and also the curricula to the recent development in the sector, because sector is growing very fast. And we understand that this is not only Armenian phenomena and a problem, but also in many countries in the world they have the same problem. And there's still we see the gap between the number of the graduates and the number of the people are employed in the sector. The issue is that itself, just to rely only on universities, it will be very difficult because I already mentioned about the inertia and what are the development models, so what are the interventions that we are trying to do, and also using the best experience in the world to do that. The approaches are different. Just before going to that, I want to say that already in the sector the demand is more than 2,000 specialists. So having this 25% annual growth, still there is a large need in the sector to be employed new people. And also what is important, it's not only, Armenia is not only cheap workforce destination, it's not only a sector that are looking for a cheap workforce. we have our specific and unique positioning in a global market. This is a country when all the multinationals and the locals are looking for solutions to their specific issues and to their specific problems. So this is giving, there are new challenges, which means that only just rely on a workforce that will be employed and will be do a ABC type of the work is not sufficient, because we need to create a workforce which is creative and providing specific solutions to the specific problems. And we understand that we should go down into also the secondary education, why we can see the lots of initiatives in the country, not only on higher education level, but also on a secondary education level. But on higher education level, which is most of the challenges, the model which we are developing is Armenia. It's very interesting, and I will say a few examples and different models, what are the major interventions for skill set development in the country. One of the well-known models, which is also working in Armenia, it's a partnership with large multinationals that are helping to create their specific workforce, but also they're supporting to general workforce development in the country. One of the successful models are Synopsys, which is already doing more than 7 years. So they created their own department inside of private company. They have a good partnership with 4 universities, and also by training students. This is important. It's not just a training center. They are also working with universities, and from the 2nd grade they are training university kids. They are satisfying their needs, plus they are providing a huge number of workforce to the sector. Another model is working with large multinationals on innovation centers. So we have an interesting example with Microsoft on Microsoft Innovation Center, and also with IBM Center for Innovative Solutions and Technologies. So there we are not relying only on the needs which sector is demanding, but also we are targeting to the future needs that the specialists in the future will be able to provide solutions to the issues. So Microsoft Innovation Center and IBM, they have the specific internship programs that are providing specific training for specific skill set for the specific number of the people. Another interesting model which we have, there are 2 of them. One is Armenian National Engineering Lab, which is unique lab covering 39 directions in IT and engineering. This is a partnership with National Instruments, American company. And what is important, first time in a large scale, we intervene into the educational process of higher educational establishment. The model was designed in a state engineering university. The students, it's required for the student to pass this specific training in parallel to their usual classes. And we have also lots of interesting initiatives with different governments, like Armenian and Indian government initiative, which is Armenian Indian Training Center, which providing more than 1,000 trainings. And what is interesting also, now the new partnership with an Indian government, is the center will become more regional. So we'll have more and more students from, in the future, from Georgia and Iran coming to be trained here. And the results based on these trainings are very encouraging and interesting, because by developing these innovation centers, which have a big impact also on education system, we managed to push also innovation inside of the country by developing specific skill sets. So as we managed to create an environment and ecosystems which providing a specific, which are very efficient for specific innovation type of activities. I already told about Microsoft Innovation Center, but on acceleration side, this is a top 4 Microsoft innovations in the world. And Microsoft now using the model for development of similar innovation centers in other countries in the world. Or ANEL, which is, as I mentioned, the partnership with the National Instrument. This is now the governor of Texas now developing a specific model also for their country, or Mobile Lab, which was created in partnership with Nokia, and Nokia was acquired by Microsoft. Based on that and also the skill set available there, now they're creating a regional mobile and application laboratory, which will be a specific stress on cloud and mobile solutions. And also we managed to go to the regions. So the model giving us an opportunity not to concentrate all the workforce inside of the country, but also to create a specific environment in the regions, like in Gyumri and Vanadzor, that there will be no need for the specialist or the student to move Yerevan to be employed for a specific company. So Vanadzor Technology Center and Gyumri Technology Center were developed, and they're providing not only training type of activities, but there are also innovation centers and incubators, which we have a lot. In Gyumri, it's already 1 year operational. It's practically full. And we have not only Armenian, but Taiwanese, American, and other companies, even from Yerevan, moving there to get an access to the specific skill set, which in many cases is not affordable, available in Yerevan. And I will tell about a little bit about ecosystem. This is not just this workforce development activities. This is not just a goal to increase the number of people in the sector, but we have a lot of parallel activities which are helping them to create teams, to create startups. And one of the good news, it's the government of Armenia, most probably most of you know, have a special treatment in IT sector for IT startups for 3 years. They are exempt from the profit tax, and they have a 10% income tax. And these are the startups, just a small part of startup ecosystem, that because of this skill set, they are starting their companies in the country. And annually, there are more than 60 startups starting in Armenia. This is just a map to show how it's distributed. So not only there is a large concentration in Yerevan, but we are also trying to go to the regions. And one of the interesting things that also there's some development in Artsakh. There's an Artsakh IT center, and we have already American company which is based in Stepanakert. And there are also interesting next steps. Large engineering city will be established in Yerevan, in the suburbs of the city of Yerevan, in Gervej. It will be major concentration on education and engineering sector development activities. And also we have an interesting and new initiative on a cybersecurity, on a regional cybersecurity center. And at the end, I want to share a few interesting examples that the sector managed to reach. By the model which we are pushing already 10 years, so we have already changed transformation in a structure of IT. So from outsourcing destination during the last 5 years, Armenia becoming a country with developing products and solutions for the global markets. And one of the important part of the model is there are the acquisitions from the private companies, and a few examples which happened last year. We all know about Oracle and the Cisco acquisitions. Each of the deals were cost $100 million, or GF or Monetis and VMware, TeamViewer acquisition, which was cost $1.1 billion, which is giving a interesting boost to the development of the sector. But also we have our interesting local stories. We have already made in Armenia products that are global. The Pixart, one of the examples, is one of the top 50 applications in the world. And this is a company employing 300 people in Armenia. And one of the major key issues of success is the workforce that they have in the country. In US, they are keeping only their marketing and financial staff for 20 people. Or SoloLearn, which became during the last year top 10 startup in a fastest growing startup in the Silicon Valley. There is only non-American company among these 10, and many others like T-Mobile, Shadomatic, and others, which is giving an interesting energy, and they're giving big energy to us, that the model which we are relying on our major competitive advantage, which is workforce, and the model which we are developing on a skill development, how to train continuously this workforce, are giving us opportunity not to bring large investment into the country, but also to create an ecosystem where we have our local global startups. So I will stop here. Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you. Vahan Ovsepian, Armigf Foundation. Can you please tell a bit more about the upcoming activity in New York? Because I guess it is one of the milestones of Armenia to bring the high-tech, the investments in high-tech sector of Armenia. Thank you.
As for the New York, the event, the investment forum will take place 10-11 October this year. So in next 2-3 days, most of the delegates will leave the country. What is interesting that the first time that in a large investment forum, when the president will be also be there, which is a big message to the investors, major stress is on technology. So it's not only IT, but also on high tech, and also it's important as Armenia is positioning itself as a technological destination. Definitely there will be other investment projects on agriculture, pharmaceuticals, and many other sectors. But if we are looking on agenda and most of the activities and also the projects, I will see the major stress on tech. During the first day, there will be also some signing ceremony, so I don't want to open all the secrets. So we need some everything to keep also for the event. But also during the second day, if you are looking on agenda, there is only most of the panels are trying to stress on technology. Not only we have on IT high tech, but there is specific on communication also. And if you are looking on a project on an investment panel, there are interesting also the tech event. I hope the event will be successful, and I think it will be not only just a nice visit, but we already know that we'll have also will announce some interesting initiatives which will start from the New York next week.
Thank you. Maybe the next question. At ENOC these 2 days, we're also discussing that Armenia is quite experienced in running multi-stakeholder commissions or multi-stakeholder units. So the one we represent here is Internet Governance Council, and the second one that is under your supervision or not the control, supervision, or you oversee that, is the Information Technologies Development Support Council. With the changes in the government, there were some changes in all the structures. Do you consider any changes here, or do you want to think that it could be more activated, etc.? So what future can we anticipate in this body? Thank you.
Yeah. IT Support Council, I think it was established in 2001 when the IT was declared as a priority sector, and this was created an interesting platform for the dialogue between private sector and the government. But I think this is nice momentum. I think the role of the council will be developed in the future, because the council is not only becoming a place for the dialogue, but also council today is becoming also the place for the dialogue between the private sector organizations and also the government, inside of the government. Because when we are going back in 2001, we have 35 companies, just one ministry, who is Ministry of Economy, who is trying to deal with some of the IT developments. But now we can see that in itself, inside of the sector, we have many unions, organizations. Because of the size of the sector, we have different interest centers. This is not that the sector is dividing into different organizations. This is natural development, because having more than 500 companies in the large startup movement, you need to have different interest centers. And different organizations are specifically specialized on a specific center. In the near future, I think we'll have more and more organizations like startups and some others. On the other hand, in the government itself, with the interesting development inside of the all agencies. And we see the development also intergovernmental activities, not only e-government systems, but now the cybersecurity is one of the top topics. So this is an area where different government organizations should interact. And here, the partnership between the government and the private sector is important, because private sector of Armenia is also contributing a lot to the tech development inside of the government and government agencies and the local authorities. So I think now we are working with the government and different unions on a new concept of the center. The center, I think in the nearest future, the new prime minister has been appointed. We'll have a first meeting, and this new concept will be discussed, which will become a place for strategic discussion of the future IT and e-society development in this country, because what we have is already, we can say it's success, but it's not enough. So now the major challenge will be how to leverage all these successful activities. But also Armenia is active not only in the Council, but also we are coordinating lots of groups in EU on digital agenda, in Eurasian Union. Armenia is coordinating one of the ministers. She's former Deputy Minister of Economy. She's very active, Karina Minasyan. She's very active on this digital agenda inside of the Eurasian Union. And I think I'm coming from one of the large events in Moscow, when even the Russia, sitting next to the Minister of Communication of Russia and etc. There are very interesting developments inside of Armenia, which could be replicated in a larger scale. And one last thing, Armenia is interesting environment. Being small, for us it's also a competitive advantage. Some people thinking that it's a disadvantage because of the market size, but it's becoming now an interesting advantage, because many projects now they are prototyped and tested in Armenia before scaling up. We know one of the nice examples is IBM. IBM with our Ministry of Social Protection or whatever, I don't remember the right name of the ministry, developing a system, Kuram system here for the country for potential expansion with a regional excellence center in Mongolia, in different regions of Russia, and then etc. So the same for Microsoft on the cloud and mobile. Microsoft is promoting local cloud and mobile solutions for SMEs for future expansion into the larger market. So I think more and more in the future we'll see more regional and global activities coordinated from Armenia.
Good, thank you. And if there are no questions, I can continue. Well, I know that EF is quite advanced in developing IT and now high-tech industries in Armenia, and the question is, are we going to go deeper to the economy? I mean, the IT solutions, innovations to the economy, to the fields of economy, like agriculture, IT or ICT applications in tourism, etc. Because we are not going just to raise the penetration of internet itself. It is not, okay, it is good. Actually, it is good, but we also want to make the innovations to economy so more people can use the internet with the dedicated, for the dedicated purposes. Thank you.
I think we should do that, because especially now we have good partners from telcos. Before, telcos are relaxed because they have a large revenues and etc. because of the different model. Now in the global world, the model has been changed. Now the content is one of the major, and what solutions you are using, and this transformation giving a new challenge for the IT sector development, and not to concentrate on a local solutions. I think it's not smart. It's good that we have lots of global solutions, but also Now we are thinking how these existing ecosystems will contribute not only for the global solutions, which is good for investment promotion side of the country, but also on some of the local solutions, which will, on one hand, will be a revenue source for the local IT companies, but on the other hand, this is increasing also efficiency and productivity of other sectors. So this was a message when in the nearest future we'll have different mechanisms like matching grants and the venture fund activities which are directed to the IT solutions in other sectors of the economy. Health is one of them, education is another one, agriculture is another one. And another important thing is not only education or agriculture, we have also interesting conceptual changes in the system, like in a banking system, in education system. And this all will give us, I think, through these innovation centers and through these different mechanisms. During the Prime Minister meeting 2 days ago, they were discussed a specific grant mechanism, refundable grants, which will concentrate it on IT solutions in biotech and also in renewable energy and energy efficiency sectors. And this could be developed. But still lots should be done. And we need also to understand, to look what is taking place in other countries and what are the countries that are successful on that part.
Well, I guess we can say thank you, Diana.
Thank you.
Շնորհակալություն պարոն Ենգիբարյան, շատ հետաքրքիր ելույթի համար եւ շնորհակալություն մեր մասնակիցներին իրենց հարցերով ներկայանալու։ Հրավիրում եմ բոլորին ակտիվ լինել, հարցադրումներ անել ելույթ ունեցողներին։
Invite everybody to be more interactive and ask questions. Now I want to invite the participants of our first session. The moderator is Mr. Grigor Sayan of the first panel session. The first panel participants is the regulation of OTT services, post-regulation of existing OTT services, first panel session, and now the speakers will introduce themselves. Yuri Kargapolov, Frederick Tork, Vahram Martirosyan, Aram Vertyan, and Antosh Grigoryan. You are welcome to come to the table of speakers. Okay, dear guests, dear colleagues, I am going to introduce to you, but I'd ask the OTT services, taking into account that not all participants are here specialists in communication. I'm going to make, better say, a simplified comparison. So I'm asking the specialists, don't think, please, that this is excessive information, because it is really important to some of our guests and participants who are not specialized in the sphere that we are going to speak about. Before the emergence of internet, before its creation in our lives, we had the owners of the networks had only two ways of making revenues, like say 10 minutes you spoke and then 5 drums per minute used. This could be compared with the automobile routes, that the owner of the automobile routes had its own fleet of buses, and only its own buses were moving through those roads, and no other buses were allowed to use those roads. And that was the main source of their revenues. With the emergence of internet, the owners of the networks started to provide their networks to other audio service providers, vocal service providers like Skype or Viber, and these companies started to provide the same services. if we are to compare with the automobile roads, then we would see that the roads became better, they were enhanced, but the small buses that belonged to the operators and which were already obsolete, then new cars came forward, Mercedes or other Fords, who started to move through those roads. But they don't pay anything to the owner of the road. They are using the road, and the owner of the network has nothing from it, actually. So it turns out that something interesting is happening. The more the operator enhances its own network, more others are using it. And the revenues of the operator are not changing. On the contrary, they are squeezing down. You now see this difficult situation. The operators would say it better. The more they improve their networks, others use it more, and the operators have no revenues in order to develop their networks. And these good buses that are today moving along our networks and moving megabytes of information and data, they are providing better and still better services because they are providing secrecy, privacy, the level of privacy and secrecy that the operator cannot provide. Like, for example, Viber allows you to code and cipher your traffic from A point to B point, and no other specific service is able today to, in a reasonable time, to decipher these codes. The operator makes investments, actually, as we see, but the revenues end up in a different pocket. So, who are these players? That is to say, who are those who are higher than the top of the network? These are the Skype, Viber, WhatsApp, Facebook, Google, as I said, who are providing vocal services, and the quality, as we see, is really very good. In many cases, it's even better than mobile service, cellular service quality. The other over-the-top services, which are far from us, but let's don't forget that there are really very important issues connected with the copyrights. With there is IPTV in Armenia, for which you need to have license, but there is also Internet TV, for which no license is required. I am an operator. I am providing service from Internet. I download this material, and there is no regulation local. This is also over-the-top service. There are very many issues connected here with the rights, with the author's rights, but let's not touch it. Maybe, most probably, we'll not touch them today. We'll speak about them in another time. Now, what are the main issues, the main questions? The main questions. What will happen if this situation will persist, if this situation will continue? That's to say, what should we do so as the operators will have enough, say, savings of revenues or for investments for developing the networks? What should we do so as our OTT services would not interfere in the development of our networks? Is it possible to provide some kind of collaboration between the OTT service providers and local networks? Look here, I have brought some figures, some very simple statistics. The figures may be not correct. The last figure says that in 2015 we were anticipating 5 billion users of the network, and this is the information that is to say from 8 billion of the global population, 5 billion is going to have cellular connection. Let's look at the number of smartphones. In 2019, we anticipate that there is going to be 2.6 billion smartphones. let's remember, OTT services are possible only if you have smartphones. And we see the growth, constantly we see the growth. So everybody is this way or that way going to end up with using smartphones. This is the example of United States, which shows that in 2014, 64% of population had smartphones. That is to say, 64% is able to use OTT services. I have to say that currently in the United States, they have the approach that 2G networks are going to be dismantled. Only for vocal services, they think you don't need a network at all. This made of OTT and GSM operators. And, by the way, both sides are well aware of this, that in a while the GSM is going to come out of the market to give up. But this integration of the operators with OTT, this allows the operators, this gives them time out, gives them time to search for new ways out of the situation. And the only point for business growth for GSM operator is internet. Otherwise, GSM operators are not able to make money and have revenues, because as it was said by our European colleagues, the users do not wish to talk by phones, having thousands of other possibilities. Now, in respect of the operators, collaboration of operators and social networks, this collaboration bears dual character, or better say dual advantage, both for the operator and the social network. The social network receives a possibility to provide its services to the global base of the operators. That is to say, when between social networks there is a competition, being partner with the operator, the social network has a possibility to have an advantage for the base of this operator. That is to say, if I'm not using WhatsApp, and if I know that WhatsApp somehow is there present at the operator's tariff plan, I will use WhatsApp. That is the benefit of WhatsApp. WhatsApp will never enter Armenia because Armenia is a very, very small market for it. That's why small countries like Armenia are using the global collaborations. Examples of such global collaborations are in Russia as well. These are the different MTS collaborations with different social networks. All big operators have this kind of agreements. What is the advantage of the operator? What does the operator gain? Evidently, the operator loses revenues because, and that's clear, because any company, any person working in the sphere of telecommunication, you know what does mean ARPU. This is the money that is received from one subscriber. It is going down because that call, if we look at the classic model, that money that is that the operator could earn through the telephone network does not reach to the operator because the user uses OTT service. But the question is, the user through GSM network has so many other opportunities and possibilities that this traffic, this world that way, doesn't go through GSM. The operator not simply loses GSM traffic, it simply allows the subscriber to stay as his own subscriber, attracting him somehow so as not to lose this particular subscriber. Another interesting information, several big social networks, Google, Facebook, have announced that by 2020 they are going to provide the whole globe, Earth, with internet. That is to say, in this case, the telecommunication operators are going to face a very, very difficult choice. I want to clarify here, I want to make a correction. That is to say, they are not going to launch some manned aircrafts and satellites that will cover the whole, that is to say, they will cover the globe with new unmanned aircrafts that will provide. Okay, Anush, if we are going to megabytes, then the revenue that is received from megabytes is 5 or 10 times less than from minutes. Megabyte is that tarification which is not competitive in the market, and counting the megabyte revenue as a lost revenue in this current business model that exists in the global market in Armenia is not, how to say, convenient, expedient anymore, because megabyte tarification is moving out of the, it's pay per megabyte. That model is squeezed out of the global market. It is to be forgotten. And well, how do you see? Is it possible, we say, a regulator, to compare this with the banking sphere, where there is also a regulator, legislative regulator, unlike the telecommunication regulator, about which they say that it is anti-constitutional. Sometimes they even say so. The bank regulator is assigning refinancing percentage rate, interest rate. I think it is 7.5 interest rate in Armenia. They assign, they fix that lower threshold, the bottom threshold, lower which the bank should not give any loans for interest rates. Can our regulator, say, fix a threshold, a lower threshold, lower which the operators cannot go in selling their network? Well, this is also a matter of concern of antitrust commissions, and this is to be regulated by the anti-dumping laws, antitrust laws. If it will be proved that the operator, service provider is dumping the prices lower than the cost, then the regulator can enter. And what's going to be the, how do you think, what's the logic? The central bank is fixing this lower interest rate. Well, central bank is doing it because they think that the financial system is to be stable, and the banks are to provide as much capital that would allow them to keep the financial situation of the country stable. Well, our regulator also thinks that the telecommunication sphere is to develop. We have to pass to 4G, 5G. Well, you know, as the essence of telecommunication services is changing, the telecommunication network definition is also to be changed. I think sometimes later, this necessity for developing in the same technological style as it is going on will change. And the development of the network is also to be redefined, saying, what do we mean when we say development of the network? Well, in connection with the limitations, actually, in our country there is partial limitation. Like, for example, Armenia from outside interconnection starts from 18 cents, which has brought to the situation that if we look at this long-term, 10, 20 years, there has been huge losses of budgetary means by technological market. And in that matter, we are on the same level as Azerbaijan, Belarus, and other countries. In US, this amount is zero. We have lost hundreds of thousands, $1 million because of this limitation. Before passing the floor to Thomas Mazoyan, I am asking our note taker that what Anush said, that the legislation needs change, needs modification, because our law about telecommunication was written in 2004. With your permission, I will clarify. I meant that the existing legislation is already regulating that situation, and changing it, I do not think is expedient. I misunderstood you. In 2005, our law on telecommunication started entered into force, which was, however, written in the pre-internet era, where the main highlight was on the interconnection. In these conditions, as Bahram said, this 10 cents, that has been set, is exactly this interconnection tariff limitation right that the public services are using. However, at the same time, the same public services have forced the operators to make peering free of charge. That is to say, from one side we give megabytes free of charge, and from the other side sell minutes with the tariff decided for interconnect. Well, I do not think that we can compare the interconnect model with the collaboration idea of OTT and networks. I suggest we need to research this issue, and we need to think and understand this issue, because it is not unambiguous. Peering and the collaboration between OTT operators and social networks are not the same at all, by all means. So bringing the parallel between them, I think, needs some expert opinion. It needs research and additional study. Well, my idea is that when in 2005 the law entered into force, that law was regulating all relations which were not connected with internet. For internet, some sentences were included in there. First, that we do not know what is internet. Second, that we are not regulating the IP numbers because we are not providing them, and nothing else is written there in the law about internet actually. So now, as we see the growth of the smartphones, I showed in my presentation the growth of the 3G networks. Of course, these are all simply figures. It is very necessary to have that side of the telecommunication regulation to bring it over internet. I don't mean content, not at all, not at all. Simply the relations in financial field, in that direction, so as to be able to continue the development of networks from the revenues received from this telecommunication, which also is to be defined in the law. That is my personal opinion. Maybe there are other opinions as well, like leave the old law without any changes. Thomas, you as the representative of an operator having the biggest subscriber base, what can you say? So as by figures we would understand what's going on in Armenia. We know what is going on outside Armenia by figures. Moreover, your company is a public company, and I assume that this data is written somewhere. I want to say that being big means that also that our revenues that we lose are also big. The smaller you are, the impact on your loss is less. The smaller you are, you lose less. Well, if you want me to be open, frank, I should confess that we have already felt in the course of the recent years the loss that the OTT causes us. That's a difficult issue. That's tough, hard issue. What you said exactly, there is, and that's my opinion, there is no correct approach. Each company, each operator has its own approach, and we have to find our own approaches, each of us, because there is no even attested model. Indeed, that is a dilemma, because from the other side, you are absolutely right that this is also an innovation after all. And from the operator's side, the operator should always provide the maximization of their revenue so as to keep the network on the right level, on the level it wants. And it means that every 2 years once we have to make very major investments. What's interesting that at the same time we are selling smartphones, and all the operators, our partner operators, we are selling data at the same time. That is to say, to some extent, we are kind of promoting the use of OTT by people. But from the other side, we say OTT are causing losses, and OTT is bad, and whatever. And that is the dilemma. So what to do? In my opinion, all mobile operators in the world have to pass through this process of transformation somehow. And the transformation could have different forms. Well, in OTT, concretely, could be very possibly some kind of model of partnership. Or maybe OTT and mobile operator will understand finally that they are adding each other. They are not substituting each other, but they are kind of adding each other, because OTT can't work without operator, and vice versa. But seems to me it's early to speak about this, because OTT are very confident. They don't feel that pressure. But to some point, when mobile operators will stop making these investments, and they will understand that there is going to be a big problem there. Okay, if the mobile operators will not develop their networks, means that OTT will not be able to develop. That's what you want to say? Oh, in some small region or in some location, yes. I think that this needs more time. But today's level of development of 3G networks allows to use OTT services, at least the local ones. This transfer has already taken place. Only if the number of smartphones will grow, and only if the number of subscribers will go, which means that we have to grow our capacities. And for growing capacities, it means that we are to make bigger investments. What if we don't do these investments? It means that it will impact negatively on the quality of the OTT. I again say, in short term, no, but in longer term, like 4 or 5 years, it will become more visible. That is, we have to find somehow a way for working together, and that form of collaboration is still in the process of discussion. There is no, that is to say, you are for the third model. Let's do nothing, let's see what happens. Most probably yes. Right now, I would say yes, but sooner or later we have to find the way out, because, as I said, we do not see how are we going to work, how are we going to find this point for win-win situation, that both parties will see the benefit, that it be bilaterally beneficial. From the mobile operators, they have more negative approach towards OTTs, and the OTTs say, well, I'm not dependent on operators. So I want to say that our relations have only started to develop, and we have only started to understand each other. I think that these relations are going to become wider and closer in the course of the coming years, and we are to find that point that will bring to win-win situation. That is so. We do not exclude that mobile operators will be paid by OTT services for renting the networks. This is a possibility. Yes, this is a possibility, but there might be other options as well. These options are yet to be developed. I suspected that Beeline is collaborating with WhatsApp exactly that way, because $3 is really very little for 1 month. We could assume that WhatsApp is the bigger Beeline, the Amsterdam Beeline, that WhatsApp is giving money to Beeline. He says only promote WhatsApp in Armenia, and for each subscriber, or I don't know, through other mechanism, going to pay you, because this way that way I'm making the money. Well, I am going to not answer to that question. That would be more correct if I don't answer to that question. Well, with all operators, these are how to say, dual relations, mutual relations, and not always monetized. These relations are based on business interests. Each side, of course, has its own business interest, and not necessarily always these interests are monetized. I think Liana said that we have here a representative from Armental.
can we ask you your opinion? Because recently we were discussing this same issue. You are not included in the number of panelists because there has been no formal answer. Frankly, I would not like to discuss that issue, but in general terms, how would you evaluate the impact of OTT? Is it positive, negative, neutral? Well, from this viewpoint of operator, it is negative. From the point of view of innovation, of course, it is positive, as long as we all are looking towards more digitization. That's why we are not creating obstacles for the development of OTT. Of course, some solutions are to be found so as it would be convenient as for the operator, as for the OTT, because as my colleague said from Vivacel, we need money for developing our networks because the penetration grows. And now it is 35% of penetration of smartphones. 35, you say. In United States, it's 64. So here it is only 35. Well, but it is growing. By all means, because everybody sells smartphones, and that's the main. But 35 is a small figure. Indeed, it is small. Means we have a whole way to grow. Exactly. Maybe we have not yet felt the impact that painfully, but nevertheless, we understand. Thank you very much for the figure. Thank you very much for the information. Thomas, can you give any data? In 2013, you said, in respect of 2013, you said that you have made 25 million investments, but for 10 millions your revenues have gone down. At least in percentage, could you say how are your revenues going down? If it's not a secret. Well, we always give this information to the Revenue Regulating Committee. It is not a secret, but I will tell you that we started to lose money at the end of 2013. Approximately, I would say 10 billion drams per year is our loss. The trend is still persisting and it is growing. And you mean it is accelerating, like it is the loss is acquiring acceleration. That's what you want to say. Okay, Yura, the floor is yours.
I think
Կարծում եմ այս իրավիճակում, երբ օպերատորը փող է կորցնում, սա ստանդարտ իրավիճակ է մեր օրերում տիրող բոլոր օպերատորների համար։ Եվ ինչու՞։ Որովհետև սա է, այսինքն այսպես ասենք, սա ճանապարհ է, որը որ չի բերի որևէ բանի, չի հանգեցնի, այսինքն սա ելք չունեցող ճանապարհ է։ Օպերատորները չպետք է երևի թե պետք է փոխվեն ուրիշ տեխնոլոգիաների։ Մենք հիմա ասում ենք այդ հրաշալի բառը LTE, մեր քննարկումների ժամանակ հիշում ենք դրա մասին, GSM-ի պարադիգմից փոխվել LTE պարադիգմի։ Կարծում եմ, որ GSM միջավայրում OTT զարգացումը անհնար է, այնպես ինչպես մենք ենք պատկերացնում այդ գործընթացը մեր պատկերացումով։ Եվ օպերատորները ասում են մենք փող ենք կորցնում եւ կկորցնեն, անշուշտ կկորցնեն ու ապագայում ոչինչ չեն ստանա, եթե իրենց շարունակեն պահել իրենց GSM ցանցերը։
It's not a problem for us. 3G is not LTE. I say about absolute new platform for operators. Not UMTS, not CDMA, because in these technologies, the main service is voice. And the main revenue of operators depend from voice. The classic voice. And OTT for this voice is always an enemy. In this situation, OTT like unicorn, something from magic.
Thank you.
Maybe I mistake. I don't know.
So
But, this
but-
is my opinion.
But there is no answer. In order to create LTE network, you have to invest money. But we hear that there is no enough money for implementation of LTE. 4G. We have example. MTC and UCOM now they have installed 4G networks. As I remember, Armand, Beeline as well. But it's a small islands in 3G world which we have.
You ask me that I don't say another magic word, Inam.
Okay, don't speak about it. It's too. Frederic, could you please tell us something?
Look, I'm really interesting. I found it fascinating to hear the conversation, especially when it was about the Armenian market. I'm not an expert here, but trust me, this conversation happens everywhere in the world. What is important, I believe, is that solutions are not the same depending on where you talk. You have made a very interesting comment, and that is that sometimes maybe the law might be a little bit revamped to take into account the internet, which sometimes is not the case in many countries. What I believe is a country or a local government needs to be clear on what are the objectives for the internet market and for the regulators. What are we trying to achieve? Competition, innovation, user protection, protecting shareholders' value of the telecom incumbent? I don't know. Depending on the objective that you may have, solution might differ. So this tension exists and always will until indeed there might be a moment where there will be a balance. What we need to keep in mind is how we need to continue protect the open internet in such an environment. I'd like to add something for our operators' friends. Yes, there is a real challenge to the voice market from OTT. Is it good or is it bad? I believe that any challenge on the retail price of an operator is good. It forces operators to be innovative. Between you and I, operators use IP for a while when they're saying that they're not competing on the same platform. Everybody uses IP, even telecoms operators. And operators might have a competitive advantage, and this is the proximity. They have boutiques or shops in cities. Mobile operators have this. They might know the behavior of consumers. They might use this more efficiently. But I'm not here to give any advice. What I mean is, yes, there are clear objectives, and solution will depend upon the objective that a government or a regulator has in mind. And there's also something we have not addressed here, which might be important, and those are public interest. So you remember the say that on the internet, a call is not a call. If you don't terminate on the numbering space, this is not a call. No, of course, WhatsApp or Skype can terminate on this new public open space, meaning what's happening in terms of public safety, privacy, emergency calls. So maybe there is also space for regulators to take this into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Call has definition, and also it will be very interesting to ask Thomas. There is a Skype out, Viber out. What is your opinion? Skype out, Viber out. Ով է այդ ծառայությունը, որ օպերատորներն են այդ ծառայությունը մատուցում Հայաստանում?
Providing these services in Armenia. That is to say, that is there an agreement with Skype that through Skype you get in touch with Vivacell and Vivacell from its numbers calls out? Is there anybody provides that is providing Viber out service? Wouldn't say so. No, we do not have any direct agreement with them. This traffic comes from some intermediate carriers through some intermediate operators. Who are these others? Could you please tell us who are these others? Yeah, we also use these others, but I can't tell you more about them. Bahram, who are these others? Well, there are several categories. There are exchanges, minute exchanges. You can buy them from different countries. I don't want to speak about you. Through internet, it reached Yerevan. From Yerevan number, a call went to Yerevan number. It is legal. Same Vivacel, Armentel. It is the same story of the 18 cents. Meaning it's so 18 cents is lost this way or that way. No, it's not lost. Meaning the call, as Fred said, has its definition. It must go reach, say, Y164 numbering domain, which is called call, phone call. If the call comes from one computer to another computer, which is not Y164 number series. That's not a call. The call starts when from Yerevan number, that computer, as say Armenian number, they call to Armenian other number. Who is providing this, the Skype out? Most probably there is kind of a computer or server which is situated in Armenia and it has its owner. The Skype reaches there through internet and then this server passes the calls from Armenia to Armenia. There are two different things. When they call from outside to Armenia, mainly Skype and Viber, we are using legal, no. But I think that all mobile operators, understanding the situation, are to undertake certain steps or are already undertaking. How, whether they will succeed or not, time will show. Thank you. One more comment. If there are people, experts, professionals in the audience, can we say that Skype, Viber, WhatsApp are infringing, are breaking the law on licensing by providing vocal services in Armenia? Partially they do. Yes, partially they are breaking our law, but we have no leverages or tools against it. We know that our government is thinking about how to do that. Law is unable to act. Actually, it does not act because that law is indeed very old and obsolete. It is unable to act in this situation. The GSM and OTT relations for our country could be a challenge because certain services of state agencies, even services of strategic character, currently in certain or partial cases are based on GSM services. So that's going to be a challenge for the government. And the operators are clueless. They don't know what's going to happen from this confrontation in future. My partners understand, my colleagues know what this is 911 service, this is alarm, public alarm service, access to urgent situation alarm. What would be the impact on the further, let's say, interagency procedures, like 911 service? Thomas, how do you organize it? How is it organized, the 911? The location of the call is determined. Like if somebody calls 911, the location is to be called. Well, the 911 service is public. The public regulator has already regulated in 911 with all operators. The calls are decentralized by regions. So from each Mars, the call reaches the corresponding department and they serve it. So what's the question? The confrontation of OTT and GSM in near future, what impact might it have on 9/11 service. Operators do not imagine what's going to be in future. I want to understand if things will change, then these services, how they are going to be delivered. Well, if I were to be honest, well, we did not speak about it, that we did not say that we want to stop GSM. GSM is going to be there. It will be maintained. My personal opinion is that at least for the next 15 years, GSM will stay as a standard. And to make forecasts what's going to happen in 15 years for 9/11, it's really very difficult. I said that in the United States they are dismantling this GSM, 2G, exactly, 2G. We have here the model of Russia. If you look, you will see messenger for the bureaucrats. They try now to transfer the whole bureaucratic system to this messenger system, which is much more safer than the GSM. The April war showed that GSM can be broken very easily, and calls in Yerevan can be overheard or bugged in Baku, and these others. Russia being more conservative country in that, meaning to say only those who are to listen, they are able to listen. So, well, we are now out of time, dear colleagues. Last question. My name is Bogosian Gevorg, Global Art Company. My company is the following. In the course of these processes, as far as I understand, the mobile operators through vocal services are going to pass to internet. If I'm understanding, if I'm right, the operators are becoming to be internet providers. Well, from the other side, the Internet of Things is developing more and more, and that's why subscribers of the operators are going to be even more than the actual number of population. Is there, however, a danger that in the result of all of this, the price of the internet that is provided by the cellular phone operators will go up? Is there a danger that the price of internet will raise? Because, okay, if the IoT will, that's it. That was the question. If IoT develops and the price of internet will grow up, that was the question. Exactly. My question is about the internet provided by the operator. Why do I ask? Because in the result of these processes, internet as a service provided by the operator is going to acquire a bigger volume, bigger size, becoming more important rather than the vocal services. Currently, for example, the volume of vocal services is going down, and the volume of the internet services is growing. And the example was, that's why I brought the Internet of Things. I thought that maybe in the result of this, then the operators will decide to cover the lost revenues through raising the prices of internet. Is there a risk that the megabyte price for internet will grow? Well, that's a good question, but I can't answer to that question currently because it has more marketing content in it. But basing on what they say, economies of scale, I would say yes, our revenues are diminishing, decreasing, but if the Internet of Things, let's say per person, per capita, if we say where there are 5 SIM card services, it means that if we have 2 million subscribers, Vivacel has around 2 million subscribers, could be that actually we be able or we be asked for more than 10 million services per capita, which means that the price will stay the same or even it will be less. Maybe it's not that we raise the price, but we increase the quantity, but there is additional price for the additional services, so it might help us to keep our revenues. I want to say something which was not said here, but for the fact that they are using our system, our network. We are also serving telephone numbers for which we pass licensing, and without it, neither WhatsApp nor Viber won't be able to work. So this way or that way, that is in the cost of the operator, which is somehow to be compensated. Or maybe in future, Viber and WhatsApp will become virtual mobile operators, which also is quite possible. Today we do have virtual mobile operator, figures that start with figure 6, they can act as mobile operators. From our real experience, today in Kazakhstan, as I said, with Kazakh Telecom, they also are mainly stationary operators. One of our use cases is that we change these numbers virtual, that is mobile. The difference, whether this is stationary, cable telephone or mobile telephone, it's no difference.
I want stress only one
Uzun
interesting
M
thing, because in telephony,
Wordt
indicator with telephone number in the system of recommendation E164. But this same identificator in Viber is not in this identificator. Yes, it's two identificator like each other. Yes, but it's different identificator. And how regulator can regulation another type identificator? I don't know.
Very interesting comparison. Thank you very much, everybody. Georg, I will add, Thomas said 5 cards. Internet of Things assumes that each of us is going to have 70 IP numbers. They have counted all the watches, refrigerators, not 5, but 70. Thank you very much to all participants and speakers. Thank you. I hope everything has been protocolized. Whoever was doing the protocol. Okay, we have break, 30 minutes. The next part of the forum, I'm going to introduce to you .hi IDN creation. I'm going to speak about the principles of the registration, the history, and also about what is going on right now and what are our prospective projects. In 2012, the Armenian Internet community started public discussions around Armenian letter IDN registration. Summing up the response of the population, we created a steering committee, and in the result of the work of that steering committee, we achieved the support and confirmation of all the authorities and agencies that were on whom the decision was depending. And in 2014, ICANN Corporation Board of Directors confirmed the Armenian letter domain right for the Armenian internet community. Then the registration policy was developed, according to which, taking into account the international experience, priority of registration was to be given to state bodies, corporations, and also trademark owners. The process took place 5 months, in which period we had 200 applications. Then we did market expansion. All interested parties were applying, and actually that stage took place 2 months after starting from April this year, we started the general registration phase. According to the principles of registration, in .hi domain, anything is allowed only in Armenian letters, with the exception of the letter Yev, this letter, which is and certain Latin symbols. In case of the registration of a second level name, say any name .hi, internet is this domain. Our communities has the authority not to limit the registration in other Latin letters, with the exception when the second level name is registered by the registrar. And in the case of using forbidden symbols, the internet community is entitled to limit the registration of the domain. So this is done currently by 16 organizations authorized. It is a little bit more than 300 registered names. As compared, I could say, what is the statistics in other countries, like in Georgia, who almost in parallel with us started the registration. They have already 2,000 domain names. Macedonia, with 2 years, has around 700 domain registers. Serbia started registration with its national alphabet in 2012, and now they have around 7,700 registrations. Although the 6-month history of the implementation, maintenance of domain high, IDN high, it is really short. Nevertheless, it is evident to us that we have a lot to do in this sphere. And one of the first things we have to take care about it is raising awareness of the society, of the public. And we anticipate, or we plan, better say, to accomplish certain series of events or initiatives, which includes close cooperation with the Ministry of Diaspora of Armenia, a wide-scale work with different communities, also communities of Armenians in diaspora, also the so-called promotion campaigns using new methods and media. Also, there are, historically, internet was designed on the Latin alphabet base. Recently in the world, not Latin domain implementation is acquiring wide acceptance. That is, the internet becomes multilingual. However, the existing standards do not allow to fully implement not Latin letter solution in internet. Google, Microsoft, and big other companies are trying to find solutions to this. As of now, it is applicable before the symbol, using only the Latin letter usage. Of course, we could welcome the experience of Chinese operators who have managed the implementation of completely not Latin letter email addresses. And it is possible to use not only in Chinese, but in other languages. And also you can use for delivering letters written with address with one language to do it to other language address, only with corresponding applications. Well, of course, the work will reveal certain shortcomings, and let's hope that other applications and systems will make the corresponding changes so as everywhere the email implementation or email maintenance in national language addresses will be a reality. I want to say that our work, from that point of view, the usefulness of Armenian letter IDN is really very multi-directional. It is also for millions of Armenian internet users. We are convinced that Armenian letter IDN is able to multiply the number of users, and it will also help to disseminate the Armenian language as in Armenia, as among the diasporan communities, making easier the access to Armenian language content in the internet. After registering Armenian language, Armenian letter domains, we will not need to, say, distort our language or to all communities, organizations, individuals can have their own Armenian letter names in the internet. Summing up my presentation, I want to call the Armenian society to use the 21st century tool of communication, internet, to support this initiation, which we sure will help the Armenian diaspora to preserve their Armenian identity, and it will promote the use of Armenian keyboard and implementation of different Armenian fonts, especially in the diaspora. Will allow to raise the level of knowledge of Armenian language in the internet, and it will enrich the Armenian content. Thank you very much for attention. Now I want to invite the participants of the next panel session. Vahan Hovsepian is the moderator, and I invite Vahan Keropian, Marina Mkhitaryan, Shushan Harutyunyan, Matvey Alexeyev, and our protocol note taker. Where is Ani, who is protocolizing the presentations? Yeah, now our participants will approach soon. Да, и если вы будете говорить по-русски, нет никаких проблем. Я буду переводить вас на английский, как было сказано. То есть можете делать презентацию на русском тоже. Okay, we can start, I think. Social networks as a tool for business development, or as a business tool. Why did we choose this topic as a topic of discussion at Armenian IGF? Well, in the reality, I do think that for Armenians, especially for Armenians who are all over the world, the social networks are exactly the tool that not only can promote practical or business connections and relations, it could become that reactive leverage means that might make closer our communities. It can solve a lot of questions, but this time we are going to focus on using social networks as business tools, and for that purpose, we have very interesting and very knowledgeable experts. So we have experts from Armenia and from Russian Rambler Company who will also present their opinions. So here, social network as a business tool. Marina, what do you think? What are the perspectives of social networks in our reality as a business tool? Thank you. Thank you, Vahan. I would not like to start from a provocative statement. In the course of the break, we were talking, and the dynamics that we see in the social networks, at least it shows me that the social network is not the tool that is working with the inertia of Gutenberg. It's not just a tool that you broker something and have some results. It is becoming more as a partner than a tool. And if we look at the approach that is maintained in respect of social networks, this is not in respect of business tool, but it is in respect of business partner, that attitude. Like if we take the keywords like loyalty to social network, this shows that the business uses social network as peer-to-peer on equal basis. In our case, Kolba Lab is an organization that is solving social problems while working with government and working with social issues, and this becomes more essential when you take the social network in a wider meaning, not as simply a tool for reaching something, but that is your partner and has the same goals that you have. That is, this is creating value-based social network, part of which you are not just a manager user or not, or not the user master using it. That is the tendency that we see now in the development of social networks. Thank you. It's interesting that when we say social network as a business tool, well, business is different. Business could be social business, it could be political business, it could be like commercial business, trading business, whatever. From that point of view, the social network, as much as it is a possibility, that much, most probably, is a danger. And it's important to raise that issue as well. Is it, however, possible to manage it? Or how to foster it, how to encourage its development and manage the risks. We have a participant from Russia. Matvey Alexeyev is the Foreign Affairs Director of Rambler. Matvey, your opinion. What do you think? What is your attitude to the development of networks? And what are your approaches to the development of networks, using networks as business tools? Am I allowed to make my presentation later? This is only the opinion, or just this is the time for my presentation? I have prepared a presentation, honestly, so this is time. Indeed, Matvey has a very interesting presentation. Now we are going to install it, and I will tell you what's our attitude to the development of business and to the development of networks. So even more than that, you can come close to the microphone and do it from here. Yeah, before that, you can tell us a little about Rambler. Well, good morning. It's really very nice. I want to thank the organizers that they have invited me to this wonderful country. This is the first time in Armenia. This is the first time I'm in Yerevan. I am overwhelmed with emotions, because when you always look at everything through the display of the computers, we know we get information through communication channels, and it's quite different when you watch it. When you arrive and you dive into this atmosphere where everybody is so nice, where there is so much sun, and when for the first time from the window of your hotel you have seen Ararat, this is an unforgettable impression, and it says a lot about the people who live in this country, about their attitude to their own land, about to their socium of communications. If we were to speak about Rambler, then quite recently, on September 26th, we had our 20th anniversary. So 1996, 26th of September, Rambler.ru was registered, which is one of the oldest internet projects of Russia. In due time, we were leaders in Poisk, leader in search engines, leader in post services. Rambler is now a service portal. A group of companies includes Lenta.ru, Gazeta.ru, Dotar.ru, Championat.com, LiveJournal.com. We have agreement with Live Journal Incorporated for developing the marketing Live Journal in Russia. That's why we have direct connection to, they also have direct connection to social networks. And of course, Rambler also is postal service, different vertical directions connected with business, finances, real estate, auto, family, education, everything that is connected with the most necessities, the needs of the people and possibilities of internet. And I can speak a lot, by the way. There are very important concepts there already defined. That's why I wanted very much to. Okay, I will start my presentation just trying to remember what I have prepared. Actually, today, yesterday and before yesterday, we talked a lot about our interrelations with the government. So my presentation, from one side, is going to be devoted to the development of businesses through the communication channels that are providing the social networks. And from the other side, there is something very important development of business in any channels of communication, which is impossible without the participation of the government. And we see the trend in the recent times that in every country, be it Asia, Europe, Caucasus, or America, they have started to think about that either you have somehow to stimulate business in internet, or you have to regulate it somehow again in the internet for developing business, or you have to use some kind of regulation mechanism, self-regulation mechanism. But very few think about it. Everybody speak social networks and business. Well, there should be some legislation in between that is corresponding to the laws of these or other countries. Could be European Union, USA, our favorite China, which we always bring as an example, and I like it very much. They have the most tough internet in China. Well, explain me, would you please, if they have the toughest internet, why the Chinese companies are conquering all the markets in the world, in Russia, USA, Europe, through AliExpress, through other, why do they have the biggest number of mobile users? They have around billion users of web and I think 600 million users of mobile means. Well, in Russia there is only 100 users of internet and they have only 600 mobile users. Why do they say that the Chinese example of internet is bad? It is developing, it is stimulating, it is self-developing, they are conquering markets. Why do they say about European Union either good ones or bad ones? In France, for example, 5 years ago, if they were downloading illegally movies, they were to pay for it 500 euros in France. Okay, with your permission, I will be working. Okay, so here is my presentation. I'm going back to... Exactly. So transformation of information space. When we speak about social networks, we forget a little that there is social media, online media. There are different cross-board products. That's why speaking about social networks, in my opinion, is a little bit obsolete. It's old. We have to speak about information space in which all of us together exist, because the same reference in the social networks to, let's say, press release about to business, when we speak about business, it makes it not just a social business, but it is not yet business. So I call it information space. If we were to speak about social networks, I'm going to make all examples from Russia. It's simply convenient for me. This data of our very good partners, Brand Analytics, one of the companies that is doing monitoring of social networks in Russia, you can see that the most active social networks naturally are the microblogs, Facebook, Instagram, and the others, but around 560 million messages are communicated per month. We haven't counted here Odnoklassniki because, well, Odnoklassniki is closed, so it contains a lot of private information. Of course, the most popular is VKontakte by the number of authors. Yeah, we see people are just writing and they are titled authors. Why do social networks are not now equalized to the social media? There are SMEs, there are social networks, there are blogs, there are blog platforms. Each of them has different names. But if we take the number of audience, look here. As of now, in Russia, 68,000 and more million, actually, it says. Or these are the means of media, journals, catalogs, newsletters, newspapers, whatever. And 68 million active accounts in the social networks. Imagine. 84,000 means of mass media and 68 million users, mobile users, because all of us were walking around with mobile devices. We talked with colleagues from Dagestan, Northern Caucasus, Kabardino-Balkaria, and there the youth uses only mobile devices there. 90% of audience uses mobile devices there. They do not enter into web from normal or standard computers, only mobile instruments. The number of online users in Russia, nobody has ever managed to count. A lot is facing these issues, because we have the law on mass media, where very clearly is defined what is mass media and what, even up to the level of the salary of the journalists is defined there. But as of now, in the social networks, the online media is also growing. One of the biggest examples is this is the union of big picture, union of photographers. They created online journal, and then from that they have grown into a huge project, Big Picture. This is a bigpicture.ru site which has grown out from social networks. This is an online media, but it is not covered by the law on the media. That and same is with we have also the legislation is kind of very comprehensive, and it weakens it, both marketing, both. Well, I have prepared this presentation rather long. I changed it twice, when we were discussing with Vahan what I have to speak about social networks and business. One of the main tasks of the business is to includes as well the development of the market, including through social networks, raise the mediagrams, and that's the biggest problem in all countries, because when we discussed with our colleagues, there were very few young people, the generation that has created internet. They are there, but where's youth? Youth is now less interested in respect of engineers, the specialists to the structure of internet. The domain registrations, they complain that there is no labor force. Nobody understands everything. Well, you can enter Facebook, I don't know, Contact and whatever. They are all hipsters. They put on the 3D Googles and go walking around and do not specialize deep. And in Russia, several organizations have decided that they are going to present the interests of users. Well, these abbreviations are presenting different organizations that are presenting the interests of users and are on different level, representing the users and providers of internet. FREE, for example, is the fund of the development of internet initiative, more concentrated on the work with startups. This is the development of Mediagram, business for the ecosystem. The second part, which is about the media literacy, is the state. We are participating a lot recently in the work of all institutes that are connected with power and technologies, administration of the president, upper and lower chambers of the parliament. Have you ever thought that small internet companies, like we are only 20 years old, would be in all working groups up to the level of the expert control of the highest level? Do we need it? We are a business, but nevertheless, we do not. Everybody forgets that a lot depends on the state because they are writing laws. We very well know the American word lobbyism, when some companies or associations are lobbying their interests. Now everybody is facing this, and in European Union, Google could not, for example, to lobby some legislations there. I read the article. Google and Apple are spending in Europe $4.1 million only on lobbyists that are lobbying these or other laws and legal enactments. This is a very important part of the work that is combining all channels of communication. Why do I say all this? I specifically prepared a slide on money, so as you understand what money we're speaking about. In Russia, two small internet business is providing 2.4% of the gross domestic product. But the internet dependence of economy is 19%. We have started to speak about Internet things, Internet of Things. Don't forget, these are the same services and same communications Yesterday we laughed that at a presentation, how does it work, what technologies are used, not only in your country. You have also to monitor constantly the legislation of other countries. It's very popular to see how European Union does, how Great Britain does, how Germany does, and the internet is a very easy interface for it. You can find there everything you need. And formation of a long-term expertise, expert opinion. When you are planning the budget of your company, you are not planning it for just 1 month. Of course, you have a horizon of events for 4, 5, or many even more years. So I have managed to talk with many colleagues from other countries, Ukraine, Belarus, and my own colleagues from Russia. Work with the youth as much as you can, because when in the titles of the news it says that a boy has slaughtered his parents because the parents prohibited him to play the World of Tanks, I don't know, everybody starts to think that the blame is to be on World of Tanks. I don't understand it. The parents have given a computer, have given an agreement to internet, have even allowed him to work World of Tanks, and then turns out that World of Tanks is to be blamed for the manslaughter accomplished by the teenager. Well, in any case, whatever we do, first things is responsibility. Any business strategy is to be built on responsibility. Responsibility before yourself, before the state, before the consumer, before the product that you create. Integration in all communication networks. Being part of many social groups, and I've even, in Russia we have such a holiday, the day of the hosting provider. It is on March 1. We do it every year, March 1. And this year was the 5th time. 5 years ago, it was created by me and Pyotr Pavlovich Polomarchuk, one of the veterans of our hostings. We just created it because it was convenient for the marketing action, and it survived. And now hosting providers of Russia have their own holiday, and on the basis of this market tool, we can use it to provide, say, discounts to our customers, and it gives a lot of very beautiful results. And these channels include not only social networks, Twitter, Vkontakte, working with all online media, providing them with your own expert opinion. Why? I don't know. Everybody, when I say Apple, you remember Steve Jobs. When I say Microsoft, yes, you remember Steve Wozniak, but that is personal expertise of the person. People for a long time were forming their own image, their own experts, quality, and in the results they have reached it. Everybody can do this, but either some people are lazy or are afraid to do, and working with these channels of communication. If you are wrong, believe me, in social networks they will correct you, and correction would be the easiest. It is like kind of euphemism of what will they do to you. Well, the end point of the route, when if we join all this, combine all this together, business, state, and the good use of the means of communication. In the result, the youth itself, if you integrate it into this line of development, I think we shall have a very beautiful, bright future, which so far is yet dark, because all our wonderful experts, technical managers, engineers who are telling a lot of lectures, video, music, and only people from in the age of 35 to 56 go in there. But these are grown-up adult people who are able to analyze. If we will develop business in social networks on the level of clip mentality, then it would not work. So develop intellect, and the rest will develop on its own. And this is, at the end, my joke. Thank you very much. I think there will be jokes to Matvey, the representative of Rambler. Well, it's easy for you. You have your own network. social network. Is it necessity? It is a necessary condition to have a social network, own it, so as to develop business in it, or you can use somebody else's social network. The most vivid example for youth that I always bring, look, what is this? This is a roll-up. This is a roll-up. And they're different, yes? There are social networks, and there is no social networks. 2 times 2 is 4 in all cases. Internet, infrastructure, and whatever is connected with it are algorithms. This is mathematics. If a person is good in technologies like ciphering, transfer of information, they are working on the same technologies, any channel of communication. So developing all of this does not mean that you have to have this or that business in the network, internet network. If you know mathematics and if you know how it works, then all the cards are in your hand, all the aces are in your hand. I just brought an example why Facebook paid attention to other ecosystems of internet network. Now it is starting intranet. Okay, well, where is Facebook? Where is internet? They made separately Messenger. Then the Telegram appeared. They are developing video. They are developing their own media. And that's absolutely not characteristic to social networks business. What kind of business? OTT too. Okay, let's forbid Facebook and let each country do a separate agreement with local OTTs. Do I need it as a user agreements? Well, maybe more deeper. We have to create experts capacities on the merge, on the edge of, say, business, social networks, and state. We spoke about OTT. We said that we have a law that does not work, and it can't work, actually, because, well, assumingly, these calls can't be controlled, as was said. Same is about with the social networks. If business is developing inside social networks, how are you going to tax? How are you going to control uncontrollable? Well, here, yes, you can adopt a law that it is to be controlled. Well, in respect of taxation, in Europe, 2 years ago, they adopted a law that companies that are not members of the business associations of European Union, they have to pay taxes where they act. When in Russia the same opinion was raised and the same, I don't know, somehow everybody started to cry wolf. Or Apple doesn't play in taxes in Russia, Google Play doesn't play, and what is the share of iOS and Android I showed you? Imagine how much money is there. In European Union, they made the decision that that is to happen there. The other question is whether the laws are administered by the taxation services of the given country. Okay, the law was adopted. How can you provide the implementation of the law? We can adopt a law that we can we can prohibit Skype, but how to implement it, how to exercise it? Are there any examples in the world of regulating OTT service? Has anybody done it? No. Why should we be the locomotive? Let somebody do it, and then we shall see. Because somehow it is to be implemented on the technical level, not on the... And how practically to organize, for example, taxation in the App Store. It is the card connected by, you are following the transaction of the cards. Don't forget that we live in the world of big data. There is DMP machines that are seeing it all, and we can so easily analyze. I bring the example of Yandex. You know that the center of Yandex, center of Yandex in Finlandia is heating a whole city. Data center, imagine, they don't have central heating. We are living in a world when we're dealing not with terabytes of information, but I can't even imagine how big data we are now processing, or how big data is now circling around the planet. Okay, only use the microphone to be translated. I wanted to go back to the question of Grigori. Would you advise us, would you give us advice as to create a local social network in Armenia? Do we need it or not? How do you think? It always depends on the goals you pursue. Why? That's the most important question. Do you think there is reason for it? All right, let's understand. What do you understand at internal social network? Okay, for example, there is VKontakte, Russian social network. There is QQ, the Chinese, but there is no Armenian social network. Armenians use Facebook, Odnoklassniki, VKontakte. Armenians use all the other social networks. Several years ago, they opened a platform, Highland, but it didn't survive. I don't know why. But from the point of view of business, from the point of view of organization of internet society, do separate countries need to have their own national social networks? Or it is quite okay using the global networks? I just want your opinion as an expert. It's difficult to answer anything in this case, but I personally, for example, use more Facebook than VKontakte. VKontakte is just historically there, that I was there because it was busy because of the development of VKontakte. I was in one of the groups that was dealing with the development of services online. But it turned out that I'm exclusively using Facebook because this is a channel for me to channel my own opinion or the opinion of my company. So, that's exactly how I work, through Facebook. And that's where I communicate, where I raise issues. That's not important what kind of social network it is going to be, Armenian, Russian, Israeli, German, whatever. I don't know whether Israel has their own social network. They had service ways, they have already sold out, and they're quite cunning. They sell a lot to others and manage to bring back 40% to the treasury of the state. It's your choice. You can create associations in other social networks, and it will work. Well, you can't force people. People will use the already accustomed ways. Again, the taxation of physical entities. Well, legal entities are quite visible, but physical entities, no. I, with my card, pay for music. Then it's the problem of Apple. Either Apple pays for me, or they will raise the price of the content. But it depends on Apple. But nevertheless, our rubles should come back to Russia. And by the way, in Russia, law is being developed, if I'm not mistaken, for decreasing the taxes for physical entities working in the internet. But business is very much interested in making it easier for physical entities, because there are so many services. A Russian service like you can't change the lamp in your apartment. You call, a person comes, changes the lamp in your kitchen, and the bulb, he means, and you pay 500 rubles. And the question is whether these physical entities pay taxes or not. Many of them would like very much to pay, but the system of taxation is that it's better not to pay them. But if you simplify the system and make it easier, then everybody would start paying taxes because regardless the trans-border character of internet, huge money is circulating in it. I'm not that optimistic in this issue because we did have, and we do have such very, very bad experience. One Armenian international network of hotel reservation, they simply did not manage to, because of not quite well capacities of our banking system, they were forced to circulate money through Armenia. In that case, I think people will simply choose other banks. Okay, let's talk about it later, because if, Rambler has its own system. We have just purchased it. iKeeper. We will think about it. Jews and Armenians will always understand each other. Our commercial director is Maxim Karanovich Tadevsyan. Turns out it's absolutely Armenian system. Whatever, Matvey, thank you very much. And we continue now listening to other presentations. Okay, we have a participant. Okay, I shall continue in Armenian. We have a participant who has made a big research about social networks and has even written a book about it. And I'm going to direct Georg's question, Bogosian Georg's question to him, whether us, because we are a unique nation, we don't say that we want to have Armenian social network. We say we are a specific nation, we have more people out of Armenia than inside Armenia, and maybe for us, for solving some issues, for developing business, for providing this preservation of Armenian identity, whether we need Armenian social network or whether we should use or how should we use the existing social networks so as we would achieve our objectives. Shushan. Thank you very much, Vahan. It was very interesting to listen to the perspective of Rambler. Maybe I can present the answer from two viewpoints. So one is my personal opinion as a individual who has more or less in connection with social networks, but is dealing with the anthropological research or study of, because in the course of conference we were speaking about technological solutions. My work has been, at least in the recent years, the anthropological side of social networks, or how do social networks, or let's say the social phenomenon of social networks impacting the lives of human beings in their routine everyday life, not only in social environment, because our life acquires an additional quality in the framework of social network availabilities. Of course, from the point of view of business, that's one more platform having an Armenian social network. Simply because, like, for example, the business that is acting in Armenian domain, they can use this network with lower costs. And as Armenian, I should say, companies with smaller budgets, maybe bigger social networks are, not affordable resource. From my own point of view, I don't see the benefit of social networks in long term. As more as I read about social networks, or if you are angry with this opinion of mine, or you do not agree with this, social networks are associated, in my opinion, with negative tools. I can bring a lot of arguments for it, but on personal level, I can bring just a few of them. Simple reason: social networks are more acting in interpersonal relations, in presenting have more egocentric character. For business, well, we are actually discussing both pros and contras, and actually I see that you are against using social networks as business tool. Well, of course I'm not. How can I be against something that we are using it every day, and as professionals having benefit from it? Everybody uses it. You network, you exchange information, you sell your product. I don't mean directly, but you are using it. That there is something that is objective reality. The other question is to what extent us, Armenian society, is an open culture type. Like we like very much to sit in the yards and play checkers or backgammon and talk about the world and the reality and the God and the presidents of other countries. So we are open culture society, I meant, but that we have to develop a culture for using social networks for business purposes, because we say we use social networks not only to be present there, but us as individuals. As we said, business is very individual. Businesses are remembered by the images or faces of the owners. And we are already in social networks. What kind of relations? We immediately give yes to friend requests. We immediately share everything and that we receive. Well, actually, social networks are very actively used for the political business as well. You know that in our neighboring Turkey, the recent developments have brought mainly to the situation that the state revolution or coup did not happen, and social networks played a huge role in that. Social networks collect huge information about not only individuals but also organizations, and we have to understand what are the risks there and what kind of risks there are, whether the question of security. Matvei was right that we have to work with the state in some format, but we have also to understand the format of cooperating with the state, and we have to understand what should we do so as the state, even not understanding the whole issue, not seeing it comprehensively, would not hurry to adopt some restrictive measures. Yes, indeed, we have to work with the state so as our professional expert opinion will be passed to them, so as we would share with them about the issues that we see, and so as to avoid or eschew together the dangers of implementing or not implementing this and that piece of legislation. Do we have an expert who can speak about these dangers? Is there anybody who can speak about these dangers? No, unfortunately, we don't have anybody. Oh, there is one. All right. About the possibilities. I am only to react. I want to react. Quite recently, I was watching Margarita Simonyan, a citizen of Russian Federation. She said something about social networks. She said that you have to create the network so as the network will be ready when you want to pass the necessary message, and so as the network would be trusting you. That is a very classical example of what is done in many, many countries. Sometimes Margarita Simonyan or somebody else says aloud about it, but if we look at the networks, they are horizontally connecting to, say, project the relations of the woodcutter and the axe to the relations of a person using the social network, and the social network is not the right comparison. There is a British format, Nesta does it, they call it Future Talk, and these are futuristic talks, and it's about the network as well. If you look at the perspectives that are being touched there, like that the network is substituting the main functions of the state. And what is the function of the state? Providing security to a community or group, network security, the functions of the network, money, social issues, whatever is classical. So these networks are coming to substitute the function of the state. Without having these futuristic discussions, we are not aware of these tendencies. The discussion about the national Armenian internet social network is really becoming quite fashionable because we are a diasporan country, we are a country that is, we are a nation that is really very experienced in creating different networks. And I don't know, maybe creating a smaller. I would like, for example, to say I'm more interested in preserving the Armenian presence in a bigger network, because in these horizontal relations you are a part or you are not. It is a reality with which you have to be consistent and use it. Margarita Simonian, when she says when the trust is created in the network will be ready to accept your messages. But first you have to create the trust. In any case, you have to work with the networks, because if you don't work with them, you lose them. As we spoke with OTT, social networks, OTT services, those innovations that we have today, they come in some cases to break the old services, the old stereotypes of understanding the life, for creating new tools. Well, that's tough. It's always a challenge. It's always such challenge that the youth confronts easier than the more grown-ups. But that is also a big opportunity for us Armenians. The social networks and OTT is a very important tool in that respect. So as we said, we managed to make our network creating activity more productively. I wanted to communicate this state, social networks, and consumers of social networks relation. That problem is the following. In this context, of course, we can discuss a lot, starting from the taxation, measurable categories, and so on. The users of average social network, when you ask them about the function of the state in the context of social networks, the most frightening thing is security, or the danger or threat to their privacy, whether their privacy is kept or not. And this survey is done in the context of different countries. And, well, it is the level of being afraid is different, to what extent people are afraid of losing their privacy in different places. But that globally they're afraid, that's a big issue. The second question, when you ask users how often users themselves are managing the security matters of their own pages. In here, the relation changes immediately. If we would project this on the whole society, I don't want to separate Armenian society from the others. Usually, the intelligent surveys, private information comes from the pop culture, movies, music, whatever. There is also the concept of big data, which is not yet that well known in the society. Usually it is unknown, and a lot of information is frightening us, because in the level of management, the more information you have, the more you are powerful, and the more you can have impact on people. And now we're facing such a situation when, because of the lack of literacy, the societies are facing this moment. Oh, no, don't let the state into this, because when they come in, they will know what I'm talking about. Maybe this is an unaware, maybe it is instinctive fear, which is when we're speaking about the role of the state and the regulation of social networks. Most probably we will be accustomed to this system in due time if we look at this tendency from the viewpoint of the United States society. A lot of people start to ask to even beg the state to do more control or supervision to protect them from terrorism. The tendency of the last decade is that the American society needs more tough security measures and is ready to compromise their own privacy. Enter whatever space you want, including social networks, only save us from terrorists and from potential dangers. Either in due time we are going to be accustomed to this, or maybe it won't be that, say, shocking that somebody is collecting information about us, and not always this could be private. Don't think that in places where they are collecting data, they are interested in. Shushan Petrosyan was speaking to Georg Nikolosan or whomever. This is more matter of statistical data. I think we will be accustomed to this. How is we drive cars, we don't say how much surveillance is there in our country when we look at the cameras in the streets. Maybe people become accustomed to the presence of state, and the fear passes. You accept it as something granted and as something naturally to be there. And taking advantage of the chance that we have a speaker here who is Matvey, I want to ask Matvey a question. Is there in Russia any effective mechanism of control? Why do I ask this question? Because in social sphere, social networks are characterized by very quick information and quick access to information. Are there in Russia some effective methods of control over the, say, for verification, the PR and anti-PR? Like, for example, if we speak about courts, well, then it can take 2 years, 3 years, and you can raise or downfall anybody. Well, actually, nothing has changed since 1990s. We had several projects. If you remember, there was a project Kompromat.ru, but at the same time, the evolution of the network of internet and the communication information space has created such a phenomenon, which is the quick growth of those who are counteracting to this, but on technical level. If before this was the war of PRs, this is the war of compromat, and from the other side, technical specialists. I don't know why these technical specialists are still considered to be hackers, and you have to explain that they are white hat hackers and black hat hackers. Yeah, our son of a bitch. And you can call different brands that are working in this respect, like, for example, Group IB or Isachkov, a great company that is working with phishing and helps the bodies of security to understand this way or other information crimes, including banking crimes, and also help to work on the cleaning reputation of this. And for example, there is a project Право на забвение, meaning right to be forgotten. Like, for example, the effect of Barbara Streisand. As soon as you ask from the research engines to take away information about you, which is false, then this it helps to it is working against the reputation. There were a couple of examples of this quite recently in Russia. As I said, we have the law on media, we have the law on blackmail, the law on false information, and there is the law on the right for forgettance, yeah, maybe. And this is in the law on mass media. And what about the social networks? Either this is personal work with bloggers, and any blogger who respects himself will never write anything false about anybody else or will never undermine anybody's reputation, because he knows that he has to work, he has to be there, he has to survive. Last year there were 2 startups which, on the basis of semantic studies and working with text and big data allowed to make a system of analysis of fakes, like whether the information is fake or it is really true information. I think one system was developed in Harvard. I don't remember the second one was developed where. People are not quite satisfied with the fact that they are unable to choose whether this is right or this is false, this is fake or this is true. Entering social network, everybody, many people are giving news which are as old as 2012, and they say this is new, and every time you have to say don't share it because it is very old news, 2012, whether it is fake or not fake. In internet, everything is kept. Everything is kept there, and when you notify it, while you notify, while the person takes away, and time passes, and from the other side, just don't make mistakes, and everything will be all right. Anna Karachanyan has a question. It's not a question, it is an answer. A small comment. In respect of our diaspora, I think people have, I don't know, unjustified opinion. Why? Well, for example, I say if we open something, Facebook in Armenian language, which would sound like Dimagirk, that yes, as soon as we open Dimagirk, which is Facebook in Armenian language, the whole diaspora will come to participate in it. That's not the case. From 350 domains registered with ID and HI, only 5 names, addresses have come from diaspora. There is more possibility that you will be found through Facebook. Like, for example, from France, some Anya Karachanyan found me. Through Facebook, they will find you easier and simpler and sooner. And these social systems, I want to say, they are self-regulating phenomena. I don't know why I started speaking Russian. Can I add something? Well, I was surprised myself why I started speaking Russian. Whatever. A small addition to the self-regulation, what Anna said. On the last economic forum, when the president of Southern Korea, president of Japan, president of Russia met, it was said that it is necessary to form a united information field, because those social networks that exist now, they have been formed on the basis of some individual demands. Like Facebook is, of course, the system of, evaluation in one of the colleges in the United States. Vkontakte was developed by Pavel Durov through all these educational establishments where he studied. And then they started to develop and to somehow adjust to the needs of the external life. There are programs that allow you to join all accounts into one. I think sooner or later this is going to be one big global network. And who is going to do the surveillance? FBI or other entities? Well, it will depend on the I think in different countries there are different laws. Of course, there will be no united surveillance or control. So Russia, China, I don't know, Arabic Emirates, United States. We shall see what will happen after passing. I wanted to say something more. I wanted to say very briefly something else. The Facebook, we see that it was inculcated. Everybody in Armenia started from Odnoklassniki. They found their classmates in different countries of the world through Odnoklassniki and then would move to Facebook. Why didn't I enter Vkontakte? My friend asked me to provide her access to Vkontakte when I saw the question about religious confession. I said, I will let you in, but I don't want to go there. That's subjective opinion on religion, indeed. Well, even if the music is free of charge and even if the movies are free of charge in Vkontakte. Well, here I more agree with Matvey than you, because of course it depends on what do you anticipate, what do you expect to have through that social network. Well, now mainly people go to Odnoklassniki because there are online games, a lot of. In Facebook, well, of course, there should be some specific interests, and it should have some value for a person who would go there to that. Why Armenians do not use Zangi? I have opened an account and I then saw that I have no friends in Zangi. So invite your friends. Why don't you invite your friends? As soon as you start inviting your friends to Zangi, you will have friends there. I wanted to say that it seemed that we raised the question on social networks and using it as a business tool. We're actually touching the topic which was discussed on the first panel, OTT, because all the content that is created should be disseminated. Again, we spoke about the network neutrality here, but actually that is one of the aspects of the OTT services. Different channels for reaching information, for reaching data and managing this data. Exactly that unsolved task which is not solved by the regulators and operators. And actually, I'd like to repeat again that from the point of view of business tools, there are two principal shortcomings, lacking points. First is what is lacking from the point of view of the operator, that there is no united platform of access. Internet is not a united platform of access for the contemporary operators. On the GSM platform, they won't be able to do anything. I'm just repeating myself. And the second, doesn't matter how much we want, but nevertheless, we are going towards the personalization of services. And if we are doing it, then we are pushing the user towards the necessity of having a personal number that would be, or personal ID that will be interpreted in different social networks. And their identifiers could be different in different social networks. And this way, that way, we are going to come to one basic key identificator of the user, of the individual. Hasmik.
Да, Асмик.
I have a question to Matvey. Matvey, would you please tell me, in September last year, Russia adopted a law that was obliging to preserve the personal data of Russian citizens in Russia. We spoke about Facebook, and I'm interested in what's going on in that respect. Well, that's actually a very interesting question. About traffic, that's a different story. Well, actually, I have to state that the bodies of executive power of Russian Federation, Roskomnadzor, is working right well with media literacy and explaining everybody what is personal data, firstly. And secondly, the Russian companies that are working in the legal field correspondingly of Russian Federation, they are this way or that way preserving the data on the Russian Federation. Well, nothing changed for us. As we did, we do now. Now, in respect of the companies that are not working under the jurisdiction of Russia, it is a different question how Roskomnadzor is going to come to agreement with them. It has been described, explained every time. The most vivid example for me is the Service of Security of Israel, how Mossad deals with the data that they have. Nobody else in the world has that level of security for their own data. It's not clear yet what will happen, what will be transferred. They will not transfer because they keep it and they don't trust anybody. But from the other side, there is always the problem of difference between personal data and user data. And that is also to be explained, because when you enter Facebook, what is written there? On your in your line of the browser, facebook.com/11 down something, what figure, nickname or ID. These are personal data. According to the law of Russian Federation, federal law on personal data is what can identify you. The photo, data, your patronymic, your first name, second name, your ID are the user data. It has nothing to do with personal data. And as of now, business with Roskomnadzor is developing all these things, trying to mitigate somehow for our Western colleagues the impact of that law. And now we have entered the age of the law of the other social networks and traffic. Okay, let's touch that issue as well. What about the preservation of traffic, keeping or storage of traffic? Difficult. Really very difficult, but necessary. Well, actually, we are working in all directions now because business is very actively involved. Not only business, the whole business community has joined the development of the legal enactments on the law on the storage of traffic data, and always there are some alternatives. In this case, as I said, the main task of GR and communicators is not to criticize anything. We can criticize as much as we want, but sooner or later we will come to the fact that we do see how many crimes are committed through the network of internet, not only on the technical level, not only just say hackers are stealing your money, getting data from exchanges. There is, say, for direct impact on adolescents. I like very much hackers in Tori, like they broke one of the development, Anonymous. They broke in the darknet the data of the association of pedophiles and made it visible for the whole internet. Is it good or bad? Well, it is good, but bad from the point of view of the legality of what they have done. So laws on persecuting crimes are being developed. We learn constantly new things, and new phenomena come forward. I think by 2020, Ukraine. Are we going to have 80% of traffic ciphered by 2020, or the microphone? You need to answer to into the microphone. Yes, as they say, by 2020, and we have only 4 years till 2020. 80% of data will be ciphered. And what are we going to do with the ciphered traffic? Currently, there are more questions than answers. So I'm repeating myself, but instead of criticizing, we have to understand the depth of the process, the depth and the comprehensiveness of the issue. And that's why I said all these things, business, state, and social networks are to work together so as to avoid mistakes as much as possible and help do something positive and good. Or we shall have news like yesterday, saying that smart refrigerator on his own entered a porno hub. Whatever. Before the positive conclusion of experts, community, we should not adopt such tough laws so as additional legal enactments for mitigating it will be necessary. Well, everything depends on people. If people want it, they can do it. If a community consolidates, all experts, I mean, they won't be just shouting comments from angles or from corners or in social networks. If the social community will create some kind of platform for building a common position, because internet, it is infrastructure and it is mathematics. 2 times 2 is always 4. There could be different opinions, but in any case, 2 times 2 is 4. That is to say, if we, from point of view of technology, will be able to show our expert knowledge, but not from the point of view of criticizing, but from the point of view of suggesting solutions, then these kind of things could be realized. Well, in particular, I know that Labs is dealing with the program Open Government. We do have also such Open Government. Super. And what are the perspectives in that direction? I wouldn't say that that is that wide open government, and we are simply working with the government in implementation some innovative suggestions. There are things that are making Armenia more innovative because, as a matter of fact, the governments are not the most dynamic and quickly developing spheres. They are more conservative. Those what we are doing here are more innovative. Like, for example, last year we won the first place of government in the Asian Pacific region. Some things are being done, but they are not systemic. You know that what are the tendencies and dynamics of development of electronic governance in the government. But that's very interesting, and we're developing that direction, that program, what to do so as to develop government social network relations, what to do so as the government through some kind of interface would become part of that network and be part of these relations. But as of now, that is very util. Every agency has its own interface, and it is quite mechanical, channeling interface. Information goes through channel and comes back. But how to become part of relations, that's a very interesting dynamics. I hope soon we shall see it, because we are in the process of developing it. Quite interesting indeed, and thank you very much for what you are doing. Here we see also the, most probably, the role of the internet community, and also the realization of the experience of internet community, the successful experience to our countries. Because I think we should not be afraid of these processes. We should simply take the best of it, but not immediately implement it in our countries, but first try to understand whether this even best practice is applicable to our countries, and maybe on the basis of that experience we shall be able to create something new. Among the speakers, Frederick is not included, but I just want to ask you a question. How do you think, what do you think, whether the experience of internet community could be useful in this? What is your approach to government, community, expert community, cooperation? Do you have any experience in this three-partite cooperation?
Well, yes, we do.
Այո, ունենք ըստ էության։ Ունենք։ Դա փաստորեն մենք միշտ առաջ ենք մղում։ Կարծում եմ
try to implement any approach without this multi-stakeholder approach. So now, specifically at the level of services, what we try to implement is that any services that's being launched is not trapped or doesn't trap the users or lock the user in something that we would not like. We want the internet to remain open. But on a global level, we like to promote the idea, and we will discuss that certainly this afternoon, the strategy of security or the strategy of access with the different stakeholders. But maybe you may want to focus on the question you want me to answer.
Yeah, actually the focus is on what kind of expertise does have Internet Society to promote the partnership like this open government to solve these issues, not to have the situation when the government makes or parliament makes some law, and after that we start to discuss that we cannot implement that law, or that law is not so good, or we should change it, etc. So even in Armenia it is the issue.
So you know what? Our added value is the chapters that we have in Armenia, because those are the experts of the local legislation and the local regulatory environment. Me, as Internet Society, I'm not trying to lobby any governments. I believe that the local governments and the local societies are best placed than anyone else in the world to take decisions. We quite attach to the process to lead to any such decision. So to us, the process sometimes is much more important than the outcome, because we want to see people being included in the process in a very open way. So my expertise is based on what the local forces tell us. When it's about e-government, we bring some expertise, but we not expert specifically in e-government. But again, we suggest open standards to start with, open collaborative model when it's about governance. We believe government needs to show the examples when it's about their own services as well. So I hope I answered the question.
Մի անձնական փորձից մասին ճիշտ է։
Well, I want to share with you with my personal experience as in using social networks as business tool. This experience of mine has both positive and negative sides, and is very closely connected to representatives of Beeline sitting in the second row. It was quite interesting. Beeline in Armenia is a big corporation, a rather big one, which has, of course, its advantages and shortcomings, good and bad sides, and we had one problem which we tried to reach to Beeline through email, through telephone calls, through meetings, personal, and it remained. And it was, by the way, a problem on personal level, not on corporate level. And the problem was dying for several years. We couldn't reach anything. A year ago, we had a meeting with Mr. Petachin, who promised that, not simply promised, he just suggested to apply to their Facebook service. I was astonished. It works fantastically. There you see what changes there are exactly inside the company. When one unit using innovative measures works, I can't even say how many times better than all the stereotyped and petrified, or maybe stagnated units. Well, in the reality, innovation in the sphere of social networks and in other spheres usually brings to better implementation of business processes. And that's an innovation that is going to bring to the development of innovative economy in Armenia, and to results with the involvement of our diaspora. We should not involve our diaspora from the consumer point of view. We have to suggest them such means that would be in their own interests and would create difference of impact. Social networks for Armenian and Armenians are, in any case, very important tool, even more important than, I don't know, maybe any other nation in the world. I won't speak about the Jews, because they are Israelis, because they are very well using this tool. I want to thank all the speakers, all those who have asked questions and raised questions and answered to the questions, and our participants that you participated in this panel session. Thank you very much. A small break till Liana comes and introduces the other speakers.
կարող ենք ընդմիջում էինք անում։
Oh, weren't we going to have a break? Oh, no. Okay. Hello. My name is Hayrapetan Gevorg. I'm from the Agency of Protection of Personal Data, which is acting within the Ministry of Justice of Armenia. The main purpose of creating this agency is that in 2015, the previous law of Armenia on the individual data was changed into the law of protection of personal data. We discussed a little on how the law of Russia on protecting personal data is impacting their internet, their social networks. I'm deeply convinced, and this is just interlude, that the protection of the right, this way or that way, does not depend on the form of the right. If my personal data are written on a piece of paper, they are to be protected. Doesn't matter if they are in Facebook or in internet. This were they are again to be protected, and they should be managed or handled the very same way as they are the data written on paper. Even if my personal data were written on through pentagrams or whatever, carved on stone, they would be again entitled to protection, at least in the basis of the laws that are adopted by the current civilization, is the honor and security of individuals whose data we are speaking about. So that is the right of people to protect their personal data. When they are exchanging their information in the internet, so they are protecting their personal lives. Now, in Armenia, the situation has changed since July 1, 2015, because the law on protection of personal data has changed. Actually, you could say that only the title has changed, but nevertheless, it's not that. The law on the protection of individual data did not have mechanisms on how to do it, but this new law has already mechanisms, and I'm deeply convinced that we have a very good law, because it is equally relevant to information written on paper, carved in stone, and written in internet. That is a very good law and gives very generic rules. Let me go a little bit forward and tell you what is the definition of personal data in general through in our law. Even the Constitution has fixed the need for protecting the individual data. So what is personal data? Any information about the person who allows directly or indirectly, or can allow again directly or indirectly, identify the person. That is a personal data. Matvey said that the Russia's law are those personal data that allow to identify. In Armenia, it is not only allow, but it is also can allow, and directly and indirectly, and doesn't matter that there is a photo or not. Only even name and second name is considered to be personal data. Sometimes in Armenia, the name and the second name is enough to identify the person among 3 million population with full 100% of, like, for example, my boss, Shushan Doyodian, is not repeated but in my case, if you try to find Gevorg Hayrapetan, you will see that there are a lot of people with the same name and second name. So that's why there is a difference how one personal data can allow to identify a person without any mistake. Personal data on the level of protection could be different. They could be, say, special category of personal data, biological, biometric, personal data, and this classification is very important in internet platform. Now I will stop and say the following: that for us, We made in the result of a study when we had a survey among the citizens of Armenia, what is their attitude to their personal data. 46% were not concerned at all that their personal data are kept here or there. 60 or more percent had a very, how to say, negative attitude to the rules of handling their own personal data, because they didn't know even what does it mean. They didn't know that somebody is allowed to ask their personal data. We're not interested who's using their personal data or what. Why do I say this? Because in classification of personal data, we have such category as popular data, which are the name, second name, day of birth, day of place of birth, plus place of demise. Well, besides that, any other data which person deliberately, with his or her aware actions, has made available to people, have become popular data. And they have become popular from the widest meaning. These data are available and popular for the population, and anything can be done by these personal data. Even tricks. People sometimes give out about their lives such data in the internet, which becomes the possession of others. From the other side, whatever enters internet stays there forever. And people, when they understand, they can't erase from all possible places, even if they manage to clean their personal data in internet, but never told about her personal data, sexual life, and the doctor starts to develop them. The survey, analyze them, make decision, diagnostics, medication, cure, treatment, whatever, develops the medical data. But if suddenly this information about the sexual life of the person, who the person doesn't want to be available to his, her neighbor, or somehow has become popular, that is also problematic. And that can be, done in particular through internet and social networks, and the person will appear in a big trap, big and nasty trap. Now I want to put next to the social networks also the media, who are not covered by the law from the point of view of prohibitions. But as long as the media has a very big audience, they also can use their platforms for the similar functions, or vice versa. Media can disseminate information about people through the existing social networks and make them popular. That is to say, people should be very cautious in all those cases when their personal data can appear in internet. Because, for example, if I would give interview, say, 10 or 15 years ago to a newspaper, I would say, well, yes, it will be published in 300,000 copies. Tomorrow, all the paper will be used for packaging, flowers. And the day after tomorrow, there will be no copy to give this same information for them. But whereas now, when this information appears in the social network, it stays there forever. And biometric data, which are the physical, physiological data and biological data about people. For example, your fingerprints, DNA, photography, which is used to identify a person for technical. My favorite example that FBI takes a photo of a person and then all over the globe looks for this person and finds anywhere in the place. And so photography can be considered as a biometric. Voice of a person, even the gesticulation, your moves, how you move, how you smile, how you look, how you move your hands, whatever. I learned about a case recently that the security systems, when they are checking through retina of the eye or fingerprint, you can do it even by the style of moving, like a person is walking through a corridor, and the system recognizes how the person walks, because of the way he makes his steps. The system recognizes whether this is him or not him. So that is also personal data, and it could be used in any place where it is possible to act on behalf of the person, like in banks, in other places where only the person has access. Sometimes this is important, like for having access to limited archives for information that is very categorized. Well, I said this so as to show later that how that personal data, to what extent they are important, they could become popular if they are published. And the best example of it are the social networks. At the end, we are going to discuss several cases based on what was said. This is about what I said. Just references to the law. I don't think it is necessary right now. The law is a small law. It has only 29 articles. Whenever necessary, of course, you can. I will tell you my phone number if you need additional advice, so we don't need to cite articles from the law. I want to say that personal data, when they appear in the internet, at least in Armenia, it means publishing them. We do have the following. Publishing is making data available to certain number of people or many people, well, whoever has, well, you know how it happens. You know that you can get information from the Facebook page. This page contains exactly personal information. We are already popular, become popular. I will say a little bit more about human individuals and then go up to the state. Well, they used to say in the court cases, the judges would say that the protection right, that the defense right of a person in the court is based on the right of ownership. The person himself decides whether, to what extent his personal data are to be protected, to what extent they are to be available, to what extent they are agreeing to making them popular, and to what extent he or she wants them to be protected later. The conditions that the person from the beginning will decide, determine, define, to what extent he, she is ready or wants to share this information with others, that is determining the level of protection, be it administrative court or whatever. If he comes and asks for protection for his sexual data, whereas he or she has disseminated this information on his, herself or himself, that is limiting his rights of protection through court. And why is this so? Now I'm going to the next level. I will tell it about later. Sometimes our personal data are used by the state. The right does not depend on their form. Sometimes different rights are in contradiction, or sometimes they don't contradict but help each other. But sometimes the limits of one of the rights are to be squeezed a little bit, narrowed a little bit in order to widen the borders of the other right. The main principle of developing, processing personal rights is the agreement of the person on that. But there is one case. We have agreed that, all of us, we have agreed that in one case it is allowed to process the data of the person without his, her consent. And I've opened this slide to show you that whatever is going on with the personal data is kind of processing. Keeping it, registering it, writing it, using it, everything it is processing, is considered to be processing personal data. The easiest example, when personal data of individuals, taking into account even the risk of the internet popularization, for example, election lists. In the United States, a 12-year-old boy or a person who lives in Turkey is able to learn my address. Where do I live? And that is kind of in collision with state interests. And maybe part of the personal data we will have to fix as such as to be able later to others. Well, that is problematic, and there are arguments whether it is worth doing it in that scale. But sometimes, as I said, there are collisions and people are misusing it, and then states are forced to publish information about their citizens. I do not know to what extent states are participating in the internet. I am sure they have. One of my friends said that 90% of internet is not available even to anybody from superpowers. This that states can interfere, collect information, and decipher them, collect them, without asking anybody that has this data. And that is the rights of the state should be regulated somehow as well, because the state is a user of a personal data, very much as me. If I take your name and telephone number in my mobile telephone, means I'm processing your information. Same way, if a state takes personal data of anybody in order to start, for example, a criminal case against this person, then the state is bearing all the responsibilities in processing this personal data, as I do. There is no difference. Personal data that are taken with the business person, again, are making the user of the data as data processor and with the corresponding responsibilities. Same is about banks, same is about insurance agencies. Any shop, when we tell them our telephone number so as to be informed about the discounts, we are giving them our personal data, and they are becoming processors of personal data. And all of them have the same rights and the same responsibilities and have the same limitations. There are three exceptions: journalists, fiction, and purpose of art, purpose for some art or cultural literature and art. So as they would not write that somebody who is a formal official of the state, and they write about him that this official in a, say, novel or piece of art, that he's also an oligarch. And then this person comes back and says, oh, you have opened my information, you have told about me that I'm an oligarch, and you this much I wanted to say. The first site is Elections AM, that contains any information about a person, about the place of birth, the date of birth, the address, also family. It is difficult to find me in Elections AM because Kevor Kairapetjans are too many. If I don't tell you my patronymic, you won't find me. But it is very easy to find my boss, and it's as easily finding. From the point of view of mentality, this kind of problems could be problematic because we have very searching minds. Sometimes, say, a boy who is in love with a girl and knows her name can use these tools in order to stalk her, actually. But, well, formally, that is also, it acquires the quality of stalking. When the number is learned and somebody is using the telephone number to making midnight calls and breathing into the phone, like stalking and behaving very, very well, offensively. And that second, social networks are indicated here because as a tool, I'm convinced, as a means, are very easy tool for very quickly. You can't imagine how quickly share with the information that is given by this and person about this or other person. And then it is very difficult to erase it. In the morning, I uploaded a picture in the Facebook. Then in 5 minutes, I decided I'm going to erase it. In 5 minutes, 10 people had liked it or disliked it. So it happens so quickly that you don't have even the possibility of a second thought. In Facebook, you can say, I'm so sad, I'm so alone, and then thousands of people will immediately react saying, how come you are so sad? You are not alone. Or, you're sad because you deserve it. Or you're alone because you are not good. Well, I don't want to say that this is distorting the essence of the right. But then online shops, again, I indicate it as a problem. Although in the Armenian society, the online shops are not yet considered as a problem, but it exists because there have been cases when, say, personal data have been taken, which were not necessary, like the protection of personal data and personal life. But from being legal should be also consistent, should be relevant, which means that only that much personal information is to be taken that is relevant, and it should be used in that much that is necessary, not more. For example, there was one case of an online shop where they were taking address, whereas they were not delivering. So why do they need my address if they are not delivered? So that's problematic. And besides, as a rule, the online shops today are under out of the surveillance of the state. They can be organized in a different country. They might have no organizational form. Sometimes there could be just one man or one woman empires. Somebody decides that this is a job. Just he's using the online means in order to trade something, to sell something from his computer. And that is not a shop from the regular point of view. So in the context of these four dimensions, I want to speak about the right on being forgotten. They also call it virtual death, right of virtual death in French francophonic domains. It really very well defines what does mean the right of being forgotten. It means that a person has the right that something that he has or she has done bad should be forgotten. This is even true in the criminal prosecution sphere. Like, for example, a person has done something bad, has killed somebody, or has done robbery, and then he has served his term, and 10 or 15 or 20 years have passed, and the courts say, now you have right to be clean. And now this example about a Spanish person named Gonzalez, who 25 years ago had published something about participating in auction, saying that he has some taxation obligations. And 20 years later, he said, he applied to the court saying that every time my name and second name come forward, it says that I have tax obligations, and it goes on for years and years and years. Now, for example, I want to be hired by somebody, I go to look for a job, but every time the employers deny me, they say that you are not a good citizen, you have some taxation obligations, and he sued Google Google, and the court forced Google to limit information about this person so as it won't be always popping up whenever you search for his name. And so these things are developing, like a porno star who has decided to use partially the right to be forgotten. For example, I don't know, let's say his name or is Poros Porosyan. And when you write Poros Porosyan, it immediately says Poros Porosyan or say porno actress. It immediately brings up. And she said partially, unless somebody has written Poros Porosyan porno actress, it should not show my identity. When it is Poros Porosyan, it should not immediately bring, you are asking for porno actress Poros Porosyan, whatever. So this is going to be implemented in Armenia. In Armenia there are media outlets, media means that are publishing issues of social character. They are publishing about the mistakes of the state or giving information with legal content about human destinies. Are, say, for example, giving information about, say, conditions of poverty in families, which is connected sometimes with the destinies of children. And all of this is going to be forever there. Like, for example, a child, when it was, say, 5 or 6 years old, has been reminded, or has been given, or has been shown in a video material, crying, or hungry, or in very bad condition next to a poor family, and then 10 years later the same picture will come forward, and the person who is already overcome this problem of poverty or this family violence or whatever will have very, very negative impact on the life of the already grown-up adult person. And so this is to be taken care of. And one thing, I'm going to say something. Many, many years ago, in the United States, movie theaters wanted apps, and links started to appear outside America. So correspondingly, such bodies of ICANN, or such strategies of ICANN were developed in order to regulate the creation of new domains, regulate the regulation of the creation of the address domain, and the government of the country of 2014 declared that they are ready to withdraw, to adjure their rights, and in the March of 16 corresponding application and suggestions were sent to the government of the United States from Armenia, and in the August of 16 documents for new organization were prepared, which is also connected with the abbreviation PTI, but which is not the post-transition IANA, but now it is called Public Technical Identifiers, or Organization on Public Technical Identifiers, which is actually going to accomplish the functions of IANA in the very near future. And whoever has been watching this process, you must have paid attention how this all became the topic of polemics of the candidates of the presidency to the United States. There were numerous different juridical and other social and whatever activities that were demanding that the Americans should not abandon their current role, and now, however, it had happened. The traditional slide, which I showed to everybody, so as a proof how difficult is the process of managing the identifiers, which is the job of our corporation. But you see here we have involvement management of not only many different participants, but also groups of participants. And on this picture, schematically, I've tried to show what is the management of United Internet in our actually united global world. In a couple of words, I want to remind you that actually nothing super radical has taken place. The functions that were done by Yana and the control that was accomplished by the government of USA, that's exclusively technological character. No policy, no juridical issues. Ayana is coordinating the technical parameters, whatever is connected with the protocols, numbers of the autonomous systems. It is dealing with the distribution of IP addresses among 5 regional registrars, RIPE-NCC, and is following the maintenance of the policy in respect of the domains of the first level. I want to remind you that the American government pushed forward the whole range of conditions, one of which was that it is not allowed to pass these authorities to any other state or interstate body, exactly with the same argumentation that the United States was criticized. And in the course of the work on these suggestions, the second flow came forward, besides the organizational questions on how this is done. The second flow of issues was how to improve the accountability and how to enhance the transparency of what and how is done by our organization. That has been a complex suggestion. Schematically, you can see it here, where in the first rectangle icon is are added different procedures, mechanisms, which till now used to exist, but which is kind of quite sophisticated, but this is a subject of compromise, which allows each of us and you from the Armenian society, from the business and state bodies to participate this way or that way in this process. All these additional circles and small rectangles are boxes, are additions to how the activity of our organization is going to be controlled in the future. Whether we have achieved the anticipated result, the answer is, of course, positive. In the course of corroboration of these matters, indeed, we could say that what we wanted, we received. The most popular question that used to sound very often in discussion, in the course of discussion of these questions, in the course of the arguments in the Congress, and whether the passing of the coordinating role of ICANN is a threat to the Internet. Well, the answer is unambiguously no, because our organization is not dealing with the issues of the freedom of speech, is not dealing with any security matters. We are just dealing with the technical capacities of Internet and trying to enhance it. And if we were to redefine the question whether different countries will be able to somehow limit the freedom of speech in Internet after the United States has given up its right, well, again, the answer is, of course, no, because the situation as existed before 30 October. September is going to be the same after September 1, because every country has the right to adopt legislation on their own territory, but from the point of view of our organization, again, we are dealing purely with technological issues, so the task of forbidding or limiting the freedom of speech will not change. We did not ever pursue such tasks to control it. Will the governments will control the Internet more than before? Again, this is connected with the fact that when the functions of IANS were passed, the governments are peer participants in regulating the Internet. And besides the governments, there are also representatives of business, civic society, also the associations of the unions, now also research, scientific, and all that Americans call academy, and also intergovernmental organizations, which also will pursue their own interests, so as to have effective management of all these huge conglomerate. We need coordinated agreement of all the stakeholders and participating sides. There are still questions which need answer because we still are in the process of launching a new mechanism, which is going to be called public technical identifiers. And of course, we shall continue working on enhancing the accountability and transparency of the ICANN itself. And we're also in the course of discussion of two more questions of more juridical character. The first question is the question of jurisdiction. After, say, Americans, the question is, wouldn't it be better to take all that is connected with the management of internet from the domain of the jurisdiction of the USA, and also as this is not ICANN, but the biggest American internet corporation, very same is still managing the technical management of internet according to the agreement with the government of the United States, and these questions are still in the process of discussion. For us, what's going to happen next? After the completion of this phase, we continue our business as usually. We have our tasks, we have our job, routine everyday job, which is in the first place connected with supporting the stability and security of and resiliency of the internet. We shall sign new agreements which will change our relations with the existing organizations, including regional registrations. Most probably in 2-3 years, we shall launch a new program of new GTLD, that is to say, new domains of the first level, which are now around 2,000. Most probably there will be much more many. We are working on the project of providing global access, also access to not Latin graphic. Those who are using like the Armenian domain .hi, they know that the resources in that domain can be used, can be searched, they are going to be indexated, but as in Armenian domains, as in Cyrillic domains, the full-scale electronic email post is not possible. Only so far because they are only with Armenian, Georgian, and Cyrillic alphabets letters. Well, but this much so far, and now this will allow all interested parts of the community to have more active participation in all of this. I want to remind you that we are holding regular meetings, specialized as of global character. The next meeting is going to be in Hyderabad in a month. We invite you to participate. We suggest people with financial possibilities to do so. This is called Program Fellowship. Currently, this program, these weeks, is collecting bids, applications for the participation in next meeting of ours that is going to take place in March next year in Copenhagen. And also a whole range of events is going to be in our regions. There will be the first DNS forum that will take place in Kiev, capital of Ukraine, on 1st to 2nd, 3rd of December. So we invite everybody to come, participate. On this slide, you will find all contact data through which you can get more information or get in touch with us. So thank you very much for your attention. If there are any questions, I will be happy to answer to them. If I have the capacity, of course. Thank you very much. Ivan Obsepianov, founder Armigf. Does ICANN consider or does ICANN have some regional departments, some chapters regional that are, say, responsible for example, our region or our sub-region? I want to remind you, in ICANN we have 3 global headquarters. One of them is in Los Angeles and is responsible for the Northern and Southern Americas. There is a department which is in Istanbul, Turkey, which is responsible for regions Africa, Middle East, and Europe, and there is one that is responsible for Pacifics and countries of Eastern Asia. And there are also, we call them engagement offices, small offices, where there are people who are dealing with those organizations that are in the venue where they are. We have such in Washington, Brussels, and Geneva. Correspondingly, I would be really very glad if in our region also some kind of engagement office will be opened in the framework of the project of globalization of the functions of ICANN. For that, we need in the first place interest of stakeholders in the region who could become our local partners, and of course some set of projects that we could realize together. That is the country who is considered to be such country, if such country as Armenia, who has very deep and cordial relations with other stakeholders of the region, will express such interest, then we will react correspondingly, and the answer of the question was very positive and promising. Of electric communication. There are United Nations resolutions, and all of them are using quite different definitions and formulations. And quite often we hear even three terms: cyber security, information security, and international information security. We'd like to hear, what do you understand under this? I'm giving the floor to most honorable professor. Well, I would like to answer at the beginning to the first question. Of course, Apahutun term is, in a sense, adding the term Ambadangutyun, as my colleague said, security or safety. But there is one more term, which is translated into Armenian Pashpanbatyun. In Russian it sounds защищенность, and in English it will sound protectedness, the level of protection. Most probably we are lucky that our partners are the program of cyber security, cross-sections of technology and policy of the Harvard School of Kennedy, School of Government. From the other side, this is the iCollege, Information Resource Management, from the National University of Defense, and we have already graduates who have won their awards. And together with that, along with that, we have worked in the Center of Technologies and Policy of National Security in the Institute of National Strategic Studies of the National Institute of Defense of the United States of America. This is the only, the research and educational institute where they are preparing strategic analysts for the government of the United States, for all the agencies.
И я хочу сказать, что для нас это был такой этапный проект. Наши молодые, our youngest PhDs, they held several fellowships at this platform. And they developed the first stage, the Center of Information Technologies and National Security Policy. На втором этапе мы разработали Центр кибербезопасности. И вместе с тем я хочу отметить большую работу наших молодых кандидатов наук в Соединенных Штатах и в Москве. В Москве нашими партнерами были, опять же, люди, которые занимаются не пропагандой в смысле контента информационной безопасности, а пытаются сопрячь приоритеты политики и технологий. Мы разработали в сотрудничестве с Гарвардом и с National Defense University трехязычный оборонно-безопасностный словарь. И мы это делали в два этапа. Сейчас у нас очень сложный период. Мы разрабатываем глоссарий для cyber security. Здесь присутствует мой коллега, молодой руководитель Центра кибербезопасности Armigf. Я прошу.
Да, я прошу действительно встать, потому что если... Да, спасибо большое.
Он участник Chief Information Officers Program в iCollege. Вы знаете, что iCollege — это центр государственного превосходства в области пересечения технологий и информации. Мы следующим этапом будем разрабатывать. Сейчас у нас есть National Security Strategy of the Republic of Armenia. Так как у нас была разработана стратегия национальной безопасности Республики Армения, притом это был сложный период усложнения взаимоотношений между Москвой, Вашингтоном и Брюсселем. Период оранжевой революции, так называемой. И нам удалось, в то время нашим министром обороны был нынешний президент, сэр Саркисян. Он стал руководителем межведомственной комиссии, которая налаживала мосты между интеллектуальными центрами этих трех столиц. И вот на основании этого мы сейчас пытаемся предложить наш проект National Cyber Security Strategy как основу для межведомственной разработки стратегии кибербезопасности Республики Армения. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое. Очень развернутый ответ. Хочу немножечко экстрагировать информацию, которую я услышал от уважаемого профессора. И да, и в обоих ответах проскальзывала простая мысль, что когда мы говорим про informational security, про информационную безопасность, мы говорим про работу с контентом, какую-то. А когда мы говорим про cyber security, мы говорим про нечто большее или нечто иное. Вот это интересный подход, но на самом деле он отражается, в том числе и в документах, я так и говорю, очень противоречивые формулировки, но этот подход, да, он достаточно типичен, достаточно популярен. Все-таки cyber security – это что? Это с точки зрения документов, это может быть процесс, это может быть ситуация, это может быть набор регламентаций. В каком контексте в своей работе вы используете этот термин. Это важно для того, чтобы понять, какие у нас ключевые параметры есть. На самом деле, вот, если Карен начнет, будет здорово. А потом я хотел бы услышать и всех остальных, потому что это не вопрос, не ограничивается Арменией. Это важно понимать, каково в целом работать.
Конкретно у нас организация, мы рассматриваем определенный процесс, причем это довольно-таки долгосрочный процесс, в процессе которого используются различные мероприятия, и, то есть используются программные средства и аппаратные и так далее. Это комплексный процесс, с помощью которого мы доходим до запланированного левела.
Александра, вы представители КНА, у которого должна быть очень своя точка зрения, занимаетесь стратегическими вещами. Вот, хотелось услышать вас.
I would like to listen to you. At the beginning, I would make a step backwards, and I want to say that we have to consider the term cybersecurity from the point of understanding that there could be several approaches to it. We could speak about the approach to cybersecurity from the point of view of the protection of national security interests. Exactly, that is one group of interests, and concept and strategic interest. We can speak about cybersecurity from the point of view of business and concrete corporations that are protecting the stability and consistency of their operations. We can speak about cybersecurity from the point of view of users, and I understand we're going to speak about this from the point of first 2 points, and also there could be academy and also could be civil society. So, not speaking about, let us say, not as a representative ICANN, but as a person who is interested in this issue, I will say, I will highlight that very often, firstly, the agenda of information security on the national level is formulated in clear-cut correlation with some strategic national plans. I will just interfere. I started to tell about my thoughts, and you passed from cybersecurity actually to information security. That's it. You started from the level of cybersecurity, and now you're speaking already about information security. Yes, indeed. I want to just bring to this one example. I want to tell you that at least in the case of Russia, that this doctrine that is in the draft of cybersecurity, it is inspired by the strategy of national security. Plus, as we know, there has been an attempt to create a strategy of cybersecurity, which didn't happen so far. I just want to say that although there is understanding, like in our country, in Russia, that there is one stable approach, even us, we have like cross-sections, branching. Now, you asked about the position of ICANN, and what can ICANN say in this respect. So, I'm not going to say in general terms. I want to concentrate on one issue, which I think is going to come forward to the first plan, and most probably I will not give you answers. I simply call all representatives of our academy to just intentively from the point of view of ICANN and issues of security and stability that we are responsible for in the DNS structure, exactly from the point of view of that structure, DNS. Quite interesting is the question of maintaining the security in the roots. Yesterday, when we had the discussion, heard how the relations between the partners about the problems of the root zone is going to develop. Don't have answers. But we could say that ICANN still is the operator of the function of ICANN, is still the technical manager of the root zone. And between them, there is an agreement. And where does this controlling function go? The answer is that it brings to the community.
Сейчас можно сказать, что уже сформирована группа,
которая
достаточно сложно произносится как аббревиатура, поэтому
a very new group has been
назад полностью. User Evaluation Review Committee, в которой состоят 9 человек, и функция как раз-таки в таком не в оперативном вмешательстве, а скорее консультативной роли при управлении. Во-первых, внесение каких-то вопросов, если вдруг отлаживание данного механизма труда что-то происходит не так, или происходит какое-нибудь нарушение с точки зрения стабильности. Либо из числа своих собственных членов 9 человек, либо из PTI, Public либо от каких-либо еще сообществ за ее пределами. Так вот, здесь это вообще интересный очень случай, где вопрос доверия выходит действительно на первый план. Мы слышали доклад Кевина Мейла на Еноте, он рассказывал про так называемый Trusted Introducer Program. Это очень важно, потому что те люди, которые оказались в числе это люди, которые привлекают
These are people who are suggested by their communities, they are trusted by their communities, and they will be
Поэтому я просто
front
хотела
line.
привести
So
этот
that's
кейс,
why I
который мы все
wanted
будем наблюдать,
bring
потому
forward
что он
this case because it
еще
is
не
going to be visible for everybody.
не
It has not
состоялся,
crystallized
сама передача
yet.
координирующая роль состоялась только в пятницу, поэтому это живой процесс. Но это интересная архитектура обеспечения кибербезопасности именно в этом конкретном кейсе.
Ну, насколько я услышал,
as far as I have heard,
ну и, возможно, для своих коллег, с которыми ты работаешь, безопасность — это ситуация наличия доверия.
availability of trust. These are procedures.
Для достижения определенного результата. Определенный результат очень прост.
Да, это
чтобы работать.
Да. Олег, а вот твоя точка зрения, Олег является экспертом центра, человек с широким кругозором, который исследовал разные процессы, которые есть, и достаточно много видел разных точек зрения, поэтому очень интересно услышать, что он как, можно сказать, как человек, который видел ситуацию с человеком.
Спасибо. Значит так, действительно, из всех вот присутствующих я человек, который находится в достаточно выгодном положении, потому что, будучи академическим центром, мы вправе использовать в своей работе любые определения, которые нам покажутся актуальными. Проблема, которая отсюда возникает, то, что их слишком много, они друг с другом не бьются. Поэтому приходится действительно сосредотачиваться на том, что мы считаем разумным. Когда мы делаем исследования, связанные с позициями стран,
when we are studying problems from the position of international organizations, we are working with those definitions that are there in the documents. This is information security, that is written in the project of doctrine of information security, Russian Federation, international security, whatever. So we use different terms in accordance with the situation. In the studies that I have made, for me the most useful and demanded tool was the old, boring, conventional definition from technical document ITU X1205, which is titled, that document is titled Overview of Cybersecurity. And the definition there is multifaceted, but if you just sum it up, then cybersecurity is the set of different resources and means, and I'm just simplifying the definition. These are means, politics, concept of security, regulations, approaches to management, actions, trainings, all together in one big heap, and which are serving one main goal. Defend, somebody already said, defend the actives in the cyberspace, meaning the defense of cyber actives, assets, sorry, in Russian it's translated rather in a crooked way. Well, so this is assets of the space, organization and individuals. So what is this? These are software, these are hardware, these are the whole this software hardware complex system plus the content that is transferred through it, and here we come to the key issue. 90% of all the conflicts and misunderstanding connected with the definitions of cyber and information security, connected with different opinions, are coming to the, say, assessment of the role of content in that definition. Here it's content is considered and understood in that framework where this content is serving and is connected with the provision of three parameters: accessibility, wholeness, and confidentiality. Completeness and confidentiality, or authenticity and confidentiality. Well, no other anything else. Political process, international process, nothing is spoken about it. This is simply about the impact of the content on the accessibility, let's say, authenticity and confidentiality of the system. Or maybe it's not authenticity, it's completeness or wholeness. Well, if you have somehow to connect to it definitions of higher political level, I would say these are different things, and they are used in documents. And when we are considering the process on some practical, technical level, we use these when we work with the assessment of the position, of say, political viewpoints. We work with those documents which are translated to corresponding texts. Well, actually, these are things that are existing on quite different levels, and they never intersect. Like different levels of decision-making, of consideration of processes. They have different detalization. They do not contradict each other because they are speaking about different things. That's how we solve that conflict. Colin, Alexandra, Hai, Oleg. Well, I started to be afraid of my own information. We are actually telling now exactly what I was going to ask. So thank you very much. Maybe you have seen my files beforehand. Whatever. I'm going to turn to everybody. Maybe you have to add something. Yeah? You know, it seemed to me that that is not trivial how government they did this cybersecurity. Because this difference in levels, as colleague said, the political science was represented there by Joseph Hunt, which is a giant, an Olympus who has developed the concept of soft wars. And recently, smart wars. He was speaking about, he was speaking on the level of the heavenly forces, of that high political mission that this digital community must taking into account intensive dynamic development of technologies. And at the same time, there were represented specialists on the level of the generally, on the highest echelon of the cybersecurity who were
негосударственные учреждения на уровне Microsoft, на уровне Google, на уровне Cisco, которые интенсивно разрабатывают технологии. И вот как сопрячь и на международном уровне осмысление пределов кибербезопасности, речь шла о тех консультациях мягких, которые ведутся между основными акторами в киберпространстве на уровне Организации Объединенных Наций.
Of cyber security on the level of Organization of United Nations.
Hi. One of the things that I have not heard in defining cybersecurity or information security is a different matter, is how the market has affected this. So from my perspective, I see cybersecurity being used as a term to sell things. It's a very powerful term, and I hear that same term used internationally and regardless of what trade show or what organization I visit. So, like the internet itself, I think the term, whatever term we decide to use here to describe the problem, should be determined organically, bottom up. Okay, in my case, it appears the market is very eager. There's tremendous number of products out there, not all good, okay, but they all refer to cybersecurity. And I don't have to say cybersecurity is a global problem, it's a global issue. So whatever term we choose, and I would specifically say cybersecurity is what I am most familiar with and I've seen in most different countries being used. let's not make the communication more difficult than it is. Let's just pick whatever term that is popular now, that is being used and being marketed, and just stick with that. And I did spend some time in government as well as in academia as well, and I know that if it doesn't fit on a bumper sticker, it doesn't stick. So I guess keep it simple. I very much appreciate the work that you spoke about. I know there's an East-West Institute that is also working on a document to come up with common definitions as well. This is all good stuff. But in the near term, I see my stakeholders as being just the general public. So you need to keep this simple. That's my only comment.
У нас вот Олег хочет сделать некое замечание. Давай коротко.
Да, я хотел бы добавить и поддержать вот то, что сейчас коллега сказал, про то, что надо использовать те термины, которые позволяют людям вместе работать, и не надо вести борьбу за определение, потому что, вообще это такой вот нулевой тезис базовый в любой дискуссии о терминах и понятиях кибербезопасности. Лучше бы, собственно, дискуссию о них не вести тогда, когда это не является совершенно жестко необходимым. Есть, вот просто чтобы проиллюстрировать, почему я так думаю, почему я настаиваю на этом. Есть история, которая, мне уже кажется навязшей в зубах, но я думаю, вот эта аудитория ее в основном не слышала, что 2 года Россия и США, как минимум 2 года договаривались о серии хороших конкретных практических соглашений. А в сфере обеспечения доверия в киберпространстве там в 2013 году это все было подписано пакетом, включая механизмы практически по обмену информацией между национальными экспертами о кризисах в киберпространстве, включая горячие линии экстренного информирования на базе национальных центров уменьшения ядерной опасности, включая экстренные каналы связи между чиновниками высокого уровня и так далее. Вот. А механизмы были понятны сторонам более-менее с начала момента переговоров. Больше года стороны не могли подписать прекрасный пакет соглашений, потому что не могли договориться о терминах, которые шли в преамбуле документа, которые подписывали президенты. США настаивали сначала на кибербезопасности, Россия на информационной безопасности, потом обе стороны сделали шаг к компромиссу, и получилось там с американской стороны меры доверия в области информационно-коммуникационных технологий, а Россия хотела, чтобы это было в области использования.
Well, these were just matters of terms, matters of formulation, and each country would see some kind of evil content or a trap in the definition. So they lost a whole year of regulating intergovernmental relations because they couldn't come to agreement about the terms. So we have to run away from this with both our well, I would not agree with this. Of course, arguing this with weapons in hand, it's not productive, but each side
Это просто бытовой, так сказать, опыт каждого. Поэтому минимальное согласование, наверное, все-таки полезно. И этим, собственно говоря, надо немножечко заняться. Я сейчас сказать, если можно коротко, да, потому что у нас есть совершенно интересный следующий шаг.
Нет, правильно, в общем-то, оба правы, потому что для дипломатических
because for diplomatic agreements, you need to dance. You have to dance, make step here, step there. You have to choose words and expressions. Sometimes they are becoming very sticky and limiting. But when we're speaking on the level of doesn't matter, like for the academy or for the technological specialist. Doesn't matter, you call it whatever you want, you call it a ball, and that's all the same, because it's not necessary to call information security so as to block certain content as they did in France, or as it is done on the levels of self-regulation in Great Britain.
Если теперь немножечко экстрагировать эти сказанные участники, у нас, кстати, получается очень забавная такая структура. У нас на представители, которые говорят о маркете. И Карен сказал, что мы работаем в рамках нашей компании. Он говорил про безопасность, про cyber security, которая относится к компании как участнику рынка. И уважаемый Роберт тоже сказал, очень важно понимать, как это выглядит на рынке. Вот. Дальше у нас есть слой, который это сам Александр говорил про это самое, про национальные интересы. У них очень часто прозвучало слово «национальные». Вот. И Олег в центре, соответственно, подытожил и сказал, что вообще говоря, есть разные уровни. Вот. Совершенно верно. Есть действительно разные уровни, и здесь можно вернуться к тому, к чему мы начали. Да, что security, она нужна для safety. Она не нужна как сама по себе, как фетиш. Это инструмент, это, как мы выяснили, все собравшиеся понимают, это более-менее одинаково. Да, это некая сущность, которая обеспечивает нам safety. Safety чего? Есть безопасность, которая относится к национальным интересам, есть безопасность, которая относится к интересам участников рынка, есть безопасность, которая относится к индивидуальным individuals, то есть гражданам. И эти безопасности на самом деле противоречат друг другу. Меры этих безопасности входят в противоречие друг с другом. Соответственно, определить priority, не понимая
to determine which are the key priorities without the understanding of correlation, of the ratio between these levels, we won't be able. So there comes the question.
Есть вот эти вот три
There are
уровня
three levels
субъектов.
of subjects,
Как
entities.
они
How
для
do
вас,
they,
как для участников,
for you as
в ваших
participants,
ролях
in your roles,
не индивидуально, вот вы лично,
on
в
individual,
ваших
you
ролях,
personally,
как
in your
они
roles,
соотносятся,
how
как
do they correlate
разные
your roles
игроки
as
рынка,
you, I mean different
как
players of
сущности,
the market,
определяющие
entities that
глобальные
are
какие-то тренды,
determining
как
some
они
global trends.
расставляют
How
приоритеты между этими
do
двумя
they
уровнями.
choose
Я думаю, что мы
priorities?
пойдем в том же направлении. Если кто-то захочет
If somebody would like to
поделиться эмоциями
share
раньше, то,
emotions
пожалуйста, дайте знать. Мы,
else.
безусловно, нарушим порядок.
Нет, довольно-таки интересный вопрос, но,
The
честно
question
говоря,
is
я с
rather
вами
interesting,
не
I
совсем
say, but
согласен.
frankly, I'm
Отлично, мы за этим здесь собрались.
Да, не совсем согласен с тем, что
I
то
was
есть, они
quite
противоречат
agree
полностью,
that they are
то есть
completely
защита и так далее, поскольку, к примеру, мы телеком, то есть у нас
Like
есть
we are
клиентская
telecom,
база, то есть у
we
нас
have
есть
customer
защита персональных
base,
данных и так далее.
we have
Это
task force
напрямую
related to
пересекается с
personal
национальной
data, and
безопасностью.
this is
То есть
indirect,
утверждать, что эти два понятия, то есть
directly
два
intercepting with
подхода, они
interest of
противоречат
national
друг другу нельзя.
to say
Можно я
that
тогда
these two approaches
сразу
are
немножко уточню?
contradicting
Я
each other?
абсолютно не
You
хотел
can't say
сказать,
so.
что
Well,
это
I
абсолютно
didn't want to say
противоречивое
that
понятие.
they
Я
are
хотел сказать, что у
absolutely
них есть
contradicting.
некоторые
I
конфликты в
wanted to
отдельных
say that
областях.
they do have some conflicts
То есть
in
это
certain
не глобальное
specific
противоречие,
spheres. That is not
которое
a
никак,
global
так скажем,
contradiction.
касается их.
Okay.
Это просто наличие
That
некоторого
this
клэша
is
в
that they have some
отдельных вопросах.
clash
Ну да, конечно, то есть
interfaces.
если мы говорим
Well, of course,
глобально,
if we are
то
not
есть
speaking
у каждого направления локально есть свои собственные подходы, которые, в принципе, конечно же, могут
Well, actually
противоречить
could, as a matter of fact,
друг
be
другу
in contradiction with
подходу.
each
То
other.
есть я в этом не
By
вижу
approach.
Вот
проблем.
для
I don't think
для представителей индустрии я предполагаю, что у вас приоритет, собственно говоря, интересы вашей компании как участника рынка.
Конечно, потому что это бизнес-индустрия.
Well, of course, because we're business industry.
Нет, то есть определенно это бизнес-индустрия, то есть приоритет как бы бизнес, но мы определенно учитываем все остальные факторы защиты.
А давайте вот сразу с Ричарда перейдем, потому что он тоже говорил про рынок как первичный, собственно говоря, как точку отсчета. Да, то есть, когда мы говорили про уровни, сказал, вот надо отталкиваться от того, что есть на рынке. Наверное, он как-то дополнил точку зрения уважаемого Карена.
May I ask you a question first?
Sure.
You are asking
The difference between safety and security?
No,
because I think that's what I heard there.
No. I asked about the difference between different layers of security. We have national security, we have security for players inside the market, security of large entities like operators, providers, and everything. And we have security for individuals, for citizens. And this is different layers of security, and there are some contradiction between them. They are not completely opposite, but there is some conflicts between these layers. For example, people who are dealing with national security, they prefer to have all information about citizens.
Okay, I understand. I understand the question now, and I will be blunt. Okay. Of course, from my perspective, whether you're an organization selling security, cybersecurity, whatever products or not, it's the individual that you're trying to satisfy. So at that level, the goal is to serve the individual, make the individual feel safe or secure. I consider those two different things.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right? Two very different things. At the next level, above markets, and when we start talking about governments, and I've done this a few times in my capacity at ICANN, where we talk about protocols, security, and things. We often try to cast those subjects in a way to give the politician value, to make it look like they are doing something for the public, because they are public servants. Yep. That's where I see the main difference. I mean, for one, it's not so much am I securing myself or not. It's sometimes for the governments, it's there because their job is to be seen as doing something for the public. And they serve a very vital role in this picture. So that's the fundamental difference I see between those layers.
Great.
For the enterprise, of course, the enterprise is looking at this slightly different from the individual. They're focusing probably more on information security, right? Less on cybersecurity. They need to be able to conduct a business, right?
Okay.
The individual is looking more at safety. How do I keep my child from going to bad pages? So those are the differences I've seen over I've been working on internet stuff since 1982. So I've seen this stuff slowly come up. And across the board, if I just may finish this one thought, across the board, it's more of an awareness exercise. And I'm sure everyone here already knows, than it is a technical exercise. It's more of, the internet is no different than walking on the street. It's just a different street. So, you have to be taught this. But that's a common theory. I know everyone has that.
Great, thank you very much. На самом деле здорово. И вот следующим я хотел бы попросить прокомментировать профессора Кададжаняна, потому что мы находимся в Армении, и те вопросы, которые мы обсуждаем, и те вопросы, которые я задаю, они не имеют, наверное, таких абсолютных ответов, универсальных, применимых в любом комьюнити. И, наверное, в первую очередь интересно понять мнение армянского комьюнити. Соответственно, Ричард начал свой ответ с формулировок, что мы работаем снизу, мы думаем в первую очередь об individuals, которые должны быть safe and secure, и дальше bottom-up approach, мы доходим до верхних уровней. Хотелось бы понять точку зрения уважаемого Хайка.
Будьте любезны, я бы добавил 4-й уровень. The fourth level. It's international.
Okay.
Because I can,
Я
for example, and Yana,
order.
these are the platforms at the international level. It's not on the management, but it's on regulation. How to coordinate, how to share in a soft way. В этом смысле, мне кажется, что будет правильно, вы представляете очень значимую организацию. Наша сегодняшняя сессия, панель наша, началась с того, что Америка, она дистанцировалась от прямого управления. И она делегировала, можно сказать, международным платформам определенные функции регулирования, мягкого регулирования, определение степеней свобод взаимоотношений на этих нижних трех уровнях. Я вот это бы добавил.
Спасибо. То есть, да, Александр, безусловно. То есть вы согласны с подходом? То есть это... Да. То есть у нас получается... Это очень приятно. То есть мы спорим, у нас получается консенсус, approach, с дополнением. То есть мы видим сейчас 4 уровня. Александра хочет что-то сказать.
Я хотела развить эту мысль и сказать, что, опять же, если посмотреть на модель ICANN, уже опять же, немножко поднадоевшую, но все-таки мультистейкхолдерную модель, да, в каком-то смысле это как раз-таки попытка примирить различные уровни, да, в попытке обеспечить стабильный безопасный интернет. То есть это поддерживающие организации, консультативные органы, которые существуют вокруг, да, тоже создают такую экосистему ICANN. Это at large, то есть это именно теоретические конечные пользователи, хотя, конечно, то есть их недостаточно много для того, чтобы всех представить. Но тем не менее, это попытка как раз-таки вот выровнять это и посмотреть, что мы можем вместе сделать. И еще один момент я сюда добавлю. Рик об этом тоже начала говорить, я разовью. В ICANN мы часто говорим о безопасности уникальных идентификаторов интернета. Да? Это вот одна из core mission points. То есть это IP-адреса, имена, это протокол. И даже эта миссия имеет не одно преломление. Есть преломление для бизнеса, потому что у нас есть чудесная команда, которая рассказывает о Unique Internet Identifiers as at-risk assets, important assets, but at-risk assets. И да, это разговор с бизнесом. С другой стороны, есть разговор с law enforcement о тех же самых которым тоже нужно объяснить, что это, зачем это, почему это важно, и где можно работать вместе для того, чтобы обеспечить то, что хотят обеспечить они, и то, что одновременно serves the community, да, то есть то, что помогает обеспечить самое safety, за которым, в общем-то, борется, хотелось бы надеяться, правоохранительные органы, и, собственно, что является миссией ICANN как такого вот гибридной организации, корпорация плюс non-profit.
Здорово. На самом деле, Олег, я хотел бы тогда тебя обратиться к тебе, наверное, с просьбой даже, а не с вопросом. Мы получили, что очень приятно, консенсус довольно-таки такой четкий. Да, вот, собственно говоря, я так и думаю, что ты нарушил. Собственно говоря, мы услышали про bottom-up approach, про multi-stakeholder approach и так далее, который абсолютно бьется с подходом cyber security в терминах того же, например, комитета ISO. Вот, но который достаточно сложно сочетается с informational security, когда мы говорим про контроль контента и информации. Вот, как твое мнение, как, так сказать, эксперта с достаточно широким взглядом на вот эту вот ситуацию, как это сочетается с твоими представлениями и глобальными, скажем так, тенденциями, которые ты исследовал?
То есть упрощать твой вопрос, чтобы убедиться, что я правильно понял, как вот эта устроена гармоничная картинка, которую мы получили, сочетается с
harmonious picture? How does it relate, correlate with
Ну, скажем так, здесь я немножечко возражу только против слова реальность, потому что реальности много, да, и люди, которые здесь сидят, они представляют реальность. Да. То есть есть, да, как это, скажем так, как это соотносится с альтернативным подходом в других комьюнити, в других ситуациях, может быть, известно тебе, и твое, как бы, твое видение вот этого консенсуса. Ты сказал, что ты хочешь его нарушить, соответственно, вот у тебя есть эта возможность.
Хорошо, тогда две части. Первый ответ на твой вопрос, вторая уже будут мои комментарии. Как соотносятся разные реальности?
How different
Я не могу
realities
говорить за
are.
всю Одессу,
Well, I can't speak for all Odessa
информационной безопасности, в смысле социально-психологического,
from
политического
the
влияния.
social, psychological, I don't know, political
Насколько я вижу,
impact of the
в
content
текущей
point of view,
практике,
I
например,
don't
в
deal with
российской,
it. But
они
as
мало
far as I
соотносятся.
see, the current
Это
practices
параллельные
in
реальности.
Russia, they are
Каждый из них
not
развивается на
correlated.
основе
They are
собственного набора
parallel
документов,
realities which are
стандартов,
developing
на
on
основе
their
действий
own
и
sets of
политик разных
documents,
комьюнити.
standards,
И
and
иногда
politics of
единственные точки
different
пересечения у них
communities.
происходят,
And
когда
sometimes the
разрабатывается какое-то
intersection is
более-менее
only when
комплексное
happens
законодательство.
only
Это
when
точка
some more
пересечения
or
на
less
верхнем
complex
уровне
legislation
государства,
is
общества.
being developed. That is
Ну, она
happening on the
достаточно
higher level
специальная,
of
и
the
там,
society.
в принципе,
And,
ну, выделяется параграф законопроекта про вопросы, связанные там, с сетевой безопасностью, потому что к кибербезопасности относится, выделяется другой параграф комплексного законопроекта.
when they are just deciding which
Это даже не законопроект,
article
это
of
скорее
the
вот документы
draft
из
of the
серии
law
там,
is
основы государственной политики Российской Федерации в сфере международной информационной безопасности, или там обновленный проект доктрины информационной безопасности
these are
Российской
documents
Федерации,
that are like different
Можно
types of
немножечко тогда
documents.
встряну, да? То есть ты только что немножечко нарушил, наверное, стройную картину мира, в которой Россия всегда и везде, то есть вот российская тенденция, это защищать понятие, то есть подход к информационной безопасности. То есть в российском, как сказать, процессе тоже существуют оба. Правильно? Ну, естественно, отлично. Очень хорошо. Нет, на самом деле это важно уточнить, потому что это достаточно популярная точка зрения, что в России всегда вот мы говорим только про это, а скажем, в Штатах мы говорим только вот про это.
Нет, это такой серьезный вопрос.
Нет, это здорово, просто это самое уточнить для, может быть, кому-то в зале это действительно будет...
Вот, заканчивая отвечать на вопрос, а есть другая точка, где эти две реальности пересекаются, и это точка невольного их пересечения, это конечный пользователь, который живет, вот такое сейчас мысленное упражнение. Давайте вернемся. Помните, я начинал свои комментарии на этой секции с цитирования вот этого старого, уже затасканного определения из документа ITU X1205. Вот там суть была в том, что кибербезопасность — это набор средств и ресурсов. Откуда вот в этой трехуровневой модели пользователь, бизнес, общество.
У нас нижний уровень.
Ну и плюс там четвертый что-то транснациональное. Хорошо. У нижнего уровня пользователя, у него эти средства и ресурсы кто обеспечивает? Он сам? Нет. Ему обеспечивает технические ресурсы бизнес, чьими продуктами он пользуется. А регуляторные правила игры задает ему третий уровень государства. И вот
given
на
by
него
the third level,
сваливается
the
все,
state.
что напринимали, напридумывали на уровне
the
выше,
user
и по
is
линии
to bear
информационной
all
безопасности,
that
и
is
по линии
coming
кибербезопасности.
from
Хотя вот
up
в силу того
to
простого
bottom.
факта, что он живет в правовом
Because
поле, где
he
действуют
is
нормы в
living in
отношении
that
одного и в
jurisdiction,
отношении
in that
другого.
legal
И в
level
отношении
where
там
relations
каких-то
are
продуктов,
regulated by
которыми он
one
защищает свои
and
личные там
reasons,
устройства
these are
и другие
provided by
сайты
the
рассылки.
other.
И в отношении, там, скажем, политик доступа к контенту в том национальном сегменте интернета, в котором ему выпала часть жить. Пользователь это, в общем, далеко не всегда кто-то спрашивает. Вот поэтому он точка пересечения, но ему не всегда от этого хорошо. Вот. И не всегда он здесь может занять активную роль. А теперь насчет вот этого консенсуса. Мне, честно говоря, он очень нравится, но мне он кажется немножко оторванным от действительности в части того, что все говорят, что вот как хорошо у нас bottom-up approach, и все рады. Bottom-up approach хорошая штука, но, в общем-то, я уже изложил тезис, который ему противоречит.
Ресурсы и средства обеспечиваются не по принципу bottom-up. Ресурсы и средства для обеспечения кибербезопасности обеспечивают с технической стороны, повторюсь, больше уровень бизнеса, а со стороны создания правил игры, нормативной точки зрения, их обеспечивает государство. И это не bottom-up approach, это top-down в значительной степени. Конечно, реальность смешанная, да, есть элементы того, есть элементы другого. Но надо учитывать то, что серьезные элементы топ-дауна у нас тоже есть.
Я сошлюсь на слова уважаемого Николаева про то, что интернет это дорога, да, и просто другая. Да. Мы едим те продукты, которые нам обеспечивают бизнес, и этот бизнес регулируется государством. Но это не значит, что мы едим все одно и то же, и понятно, мы зарегулированы в этом смысле, да? У нас очень большая свобода в том, что мы, собственно говоря, чем мы будем обедать. Поэтому здесь аналогично. Хотя, безусловно, у государства, я здесь соглашусь скажем так, с potential, да, что да, у государства есть возможность всех обязать есть рыбные котлеты с пюре и ничего больше. Да, но такого не происходит. Поэтому здесь, безусловно, это же вопрос не конфликта. Здесь мы не противостоим, мы говорим, так, свое государство наверняка захочет. Нет, здесь вопрос консенсуса, чтобы государство сказало, да, вы вольны в этом, вот, но мне нужно это, чтобы индивидуальный гражданин сказал, да, я понимаю те ограничения, которые на меня накладывают, они разумны, но дайте мне условия. И чтобы бизнес сказал, вот я понимаю этот зазор, в котором я существую, да, и это был консенсус. И, собственно говоря, этот консенсус возможен только при том, что bottom-up approach первичен, потому что иначе никакой консенсус просто не создается. Регуляция идет сверху и никто не слышит.
У меня есть один небольшой комментарий.
И я, собственно говоря, я прошу прощения, я представлю Алексей Смирнов, независимый эксперт по кибербезопасности и информационной безопасности в отрасли. Сколько ты, наверное, четверть века?
Да, примерно, в данном случае я представляю ассоциацию открытых сетей. Я хотел бы напомнить, тут ранее упоминалось доктрина информационной безопасности Российской Федерации, некоторые связанные с ней документы. И вот я вспомнил как раз документ, название которого я могу прочитать, потому что повторить второй раз это дело запомнить по памяти не могу. Называется «Проект концепции и стратегии безопасности Российской Федерации». Вот. И я хочу сказать, что я читал то, что публиковалось, там сам документ, конечно, не настолько плох, хотя он, конечно, плох. Но насколько он плох и насколько плохая ситуация вокруг него, достаточно хорошо понятно по запросу на комментарий к этому документу, потому что там, вообще говоря, нет ни слова ни про безопасность для граждан, ни слова про безопасность для бизнеса, а все исключительно про национальную безопасность, про критическую инфраструктуру и про разные прочие интересные
Алекс, а можно я еще две?
Да, я хотел вернуться. На самом деле, конечно, это, Леша, это был, как сказать, это даже не как в картах заход в козырь, это прям, так сказать, гранату в зал. Но потому что этот документ действительно вызывает больше вопросов, чем ответов. Он очень сложный
Indeed, the documents, such documents, even the title of which is so complicated, are meant to be complicated. Answering to the comment to that document, that was the first attempt to create such centaur, and it died.
То, на чем я хотел закончить, это вот возвращаясь к нашему
mutation. Well, if we were to speak about the consensus between the levels, I think it is important to take into account to what extent participants of this forums are provided resources, how reasonable they are so as not to pull the blanket to their side,
Вот, опять же, есть там одно условное понимание, когда мы критическую информационную инфраструктуру государства своих интересов, своей национальной безопасности,
prism of its own interest, only the means of security and safety for its own assets is
А есть другой подход. Вот 6 июля, я не буду сейчас всю историю пересказывать, 6 июля этого года завершился трехлетний процесс выработки нового подхода Европейского Союза к критической информационной инфраструктуре. Была принята директива, это событие большой важности. Подход у них какой заложен в основу директивы, что государство регулирует операторов критической информационной инфраструктуры, но в определение, в детализацию этих определений, вообще в сетку требований регулирования, вот на кого она, как ее фокусировка настроена, кто попадает вот в эту вот сетку регуляторную. Вот эти все признаки, принципы и критерии, они завязаны на то, как бизнес-процесс того или иного оператора обеспечивает гарантированную доставку жизненно важных услуг населению, пользователю, первому уровню. То есть государство отказывается замыкать эту тему на себя. Оно смотрит на то, как участник второго уровня обеспечивает жизненно важные услуги первому пользователю. Исходя из этого строит регулирование. Вот это вот немножко другой подход, причем не на уровне абстрактных умопостроений, а на уровне того, какие конкретно стандарты заставляют операторов внедрять в свой бизнес-процесс. Происходит перефокусировка с того же стандарта ISO 27032, например, на стандарты бизнес-континьюити. Потому что при такой картинке они важнее, они играют более первостепенное значение. И вот это пример того, как между разными уровнями обеспечивается консенсус. Но на это нужна воля и сознательная линия того актора, который стоит во главе государства, который имеет наибольшие ресурсы в своем распоряжении. Это один тезис. А последнее, на чем бы я хотел закончить сегодня бесконечное свое разглагольствование, это вот у нас почему-то на этой секции, да, ее почти увела тема ICANN. В чем вообще революционное значение всей этой истории с ICANN, с мультистейкхолдерной моделью? Она уничтожает вертикаль уровней. В конечном счете в этом. У представителей там сообщества пользователей получается такой прямой канал, прямой трамплин на выработку вот этих самых средств и ресурсов, не совсем кибербезопасности, но тем не менее каких-то неких базовых технических принципов, протоколов, да, там еще чего-то, которые определяют вот состояние их киберактивов, да. И мультистейкхолдерная модель, она про это, про то, что между этими между нашими уровнями, которые мы тут выделили, в этой модели перестает существовать отношение иерархии. Вот поэтому мультистейкхолдерная модель важна, и поэтому, честно говоря, можно понять логику тех государств, которые видят в ней угрозу, если эти государства сами заинтересованы в поддержании иерархии.
Можно я очень хочу дать слово Александре, и на самом деле после этого еще хотел бы, конечно, услышать Карена как представитель индустрии, потому что мы так здорово вообще говорим про бизнес. А в бизнесе у нас, собственно говоря, представитель бизнеса сидит год, и, соответственно, очень хотелось бы тоже его услышать. Но перед этим я давайте очень коротко сформулирую, да, что да, уровневая модель, она осмыслена, пока что она работает, то есть мы понимаем, что вот есть какое-то, возможно, будущее развитие, про которое мы сейчас услышим, но сейчас она работает. Она действительно строится от интересов гражданина к интересам бизнеса, к интересам государства, к межнациональным договорам и взаимодействию. И мы понимаем, что для того, чтобы это все работало, условно, ну, так грубо говоря, государство не должно быть диктатурой. Потому что позволяет государство это или не позволяет, это как раз оно и есть. Да? Хорошо. И вот такой замечательная картина с пони и радугами, вот, которая, ты говоришь, что она вот-вот разломается, потому что пришел ICANN с его мультистейкхолдерной моделью. Саша?
На самом деле я тоже хочу немножко снять свои розовые очки, если они вдруг кого-то показать на носу. Потому что на самом деле те, кто, опять же, возвращаясь, просто видел хороший кейс, возвращаясь к истории с Аяна Транзишн, к выработке новой модели, саморегулирующейся модели управления корневой зоны, очень было два заметных дискурса вокруг так называемого capture. Да, то есть доминирующих интересов государств или другой был дискурс вокруг доминирующих интересов бизнеса. Ну, не было никаких дебатов вокруг, не дай бог, какой-нибудь public capture или end-user capture. Почему? Потому что для того, чтобы все замыкалось на user, да, на пользователя, на гражданина, гражданин тоже должен понимать, что это такое, с чем нельзя, чем ему это грозит, что это может ему дать. То есть, грубо говоря, осознание собственных потребностей и кто может их удовлетворить. Без этого понимания выстраивание не получается, потому что выстраивание, то есть балансирование интересов остается только между, ну, скажем, в данном случае, двумя крупными группами. Соответственно, я про что? Я про awareness raising, про то, чтобы понимание было в обществе о том, для чего это все делается. Пока нет понимания, упрощается задача, которая стоит между ними.
А это, кстати, вообще, то есть я, давай постараюсь экстрадировать две мысли, у тебя их было больше, но две мысли просто в предыдущую картинку, что, во-первых, какое-то нарушение вот этой картинки с пони и радугами, да, оно, возможно, в разные стороны, и одна из сторон, вот эта вот multi-stakeholder модель, когда каждый может участвовать в принятии решений, да, то есть это, ну, я действительно говорю, это, собственно говоря, прямо жившие работы князя Петра Кропоткина и теоретика анархосиндикализма, да, то есть вот в чистом виде. Вот, но для этого требуется, грубо говоря, очень высокий уровень осознания гражданами своей роли. Да? Вот, и до тех пор, пока этого не будет, собственно говоря, тоже ничего не случится. Правильно услышал? Вот, ну и, соответственно, то, что выработка решений высокоуровневых, она происходит без участия нижнего уровня, пока что. И
зависит от общества, да?
Да, происходит независимо. Ну, с другой стороны, а так ли это страшно, потому что ну, сейчас мы говорим, скажем, про демократическую модель народного представительства, да, то есть когда нет прямого участия, есть участие косвенное, и более-менее ты описываешь именно его, то есть это не противоречит существующим политическим, скажем, нормам общества. Ничего страшного. То есть мне кажется, что опять-таки здесь нету каких-то существенных противоречий, но это важное дополнение. Да. Вот, а вот теперь бизнес, что скажет? Вы между молотом и наковальней, между вот этими пользователями, которые хотят есть что-то разнообразное, то есть не ограничиваться пюре с рыбной котлетой, с одной стороны, но с другой стороны хотят жить безопасно, чтобы понимать, что они придут, у них холодильник целый, они взломаны, и оттуда не все не унести.
В общем, у нас в стране, то есть довольно-таки очень интересный такой случай, поскольку сам термин или само явление информационная безопасность, максимум, наверное, существует где-то 5 лет. 5-6 лет, вообще народ слышал о такой вещи.
People have heard about in the society. People have heard about it. So it's quite new. And we actually are quite aggressive in absorbing these new things and try to promote these.
И различных, ну, с точки зрения как телеком-бизнеса мы внедряем всякие сервисы. То есть, например, родительский контроль, чтобы родители могли защитить своих детей от нежелательного
their children from undesirable content. We started this service and we see there is progress every day. Society becomes more aware, and automatically the business is actually helping the society to, how to say, to be more aware of the matters of information security. Great, indeed.
Ну, я не знаю, то есть вообще на самом деле я ожидал как-то больше споров и больше противоречий, а у нас что не выход, то есть фактически вы говорите про то, что у бизнеса в этой схеме не промежуточная роль, она не какая-то там, ну,
intermediary role, but it has
Было пустое место, оно заполнилось. Это важный элемент, собственно, всей картины, который имеет социальную
Бизнеса, более конкретно
business,
да,
поскольку мы можем довольно-таки хорошо воздействовать на восприятие общества, так скажем, даже техническими методами, помочь им защититься и так далее.
Здорово. Коллеги, а вот на самом деле мы и так вот очень хорошо вроде бы построили сложную картинку. Картинка сложная, на самом деле, ну я, наверное, конечно, преувеличиваю, когда говорю, что там только фоне и радуга, да, она, конечно, более сложная, но достаточно понятная и не содержащая существенных противоречий. Да, и на самом деле мы это сделали решительно вовремя. Знаете почему? Потому что осталось 2 минуты. Вот, замечу скобкой, что мы не делали специальных минут на Альп, да, мы просто договорились очень вовремя. Очень здорово, что это у нас получилось, и я надеюсь, что это, например, наша сессия будет примером для аналогичных дискуссий в будущем, получения некого разумного и хорошего консенсуса вовремя. Спасибо большое всем участникам. Я думаю, что все мы здесь, и перерыв можно, наверное, если вдруг возникнут какие-то мысли. Спасибо большое.
And learning and engaging opportunities when it comes to internet governance. But yeah, let's start with the basic, internet governance. Is it a puzzle? Is it a Tower of Babel? We have this very fancy definition from the World Summit of the Information Society. I think no one actually knows this definition by heart. It looks a bit complex and yes, complicated. So internet governance as the development and application by governments, private sector and civil society in their respective roles of shared principles, norms, rules, decision-making procedures and programs that shape the evolution and use of the internet. So yes, once again, a pretty complex and complicated definition, which I'm almost sure no one remembers it as such. So what does it mean in practice? Is internet governance a puzzle where a lot of stakeholders and actors contribute? Is it maybe a Tower of Babel where we are all trying to actually understand what's happening around? At Diplo, we look at internet governance as a sort of a building which is in permanent construction. And we have these various layers, which we call baskets. 7 main internet governance baskets. We start with the infrastructure and standardization, which hopefully you can see at the bottom of the building. We have legal issues, cybersecurity, development, economic, social, cultural, and human rights. On the left side of the building, we have a lot of actors who are actually contributing to putting this building together. And then the various issues pertaining to each of these baskets put around the building, making it actually being built. So yes, internet governance is a complex and complicated structure, a building permanently under construction. Actually, at Diplo, we are permanently updating this illustration, and I think this is the 4th iteration. So if we look at internet governance as a puzzle, and if we want to contribute and participate in this process, we need to start by putting the pieces together. And this is where the actual capacity development gets in. And there are so many venues for all of us to get started and to learn about internet governance. And I am trying to present some of them. I will start with Diplo Foundation, which offers a lot of online courses on capacity development in internet governance. Here are some of them. We have an introduction to internet governance, which again is an online course. The deadline for application is in December, so you can go on our website and apply. There are scholarships available, so you don't really have to pay for taking the course. We have also online courses on cybersecurity, also a tailored course on cybersecurity for the region, e-diplomacy, internet technology and policy challenges. And we also have a master program in collaboration with the University of Malta. The deadline for applications is at the end of the month. You can go on our website and apply, and again, there are fellowships available, so you can benefit from these. Internet Society, we have Frederick here, and he can probably speak a bit more about this if needed. They also have online learning, the Inforum Learn Online platform. They have courses on shaping the internet, history and futures, spam and online threats, introduction to network operations, some example. ICANN also has online learning, the ICANN Learn platform, which offers a variety of courses, and these are only some examples. A visual guide to internet governance, to the history of internet, an introduction to ICANN, and beginner's guide to domain names, just to name a few. There are also fellowship programs which give you the possibility to attend meetings face-to-face and to engage in discussions with others interested in internet governance. In Europe, we have the European Summer School on Internet Governance, which takes place every year in July or August in Meissen in Germany. Again, they have fellowships available, so you can apply, they will cover your costs. ICANN has the fellowship program. Again, you can go and apply, and they support your travel to the ICANN meetings, and as you probably know, there are 3 ICANN meetings a year. Internet Society also offers fellowships programs for the IGF, for the IETF, and a couple of other meetings. So, if we put the pieces together and we understand what this internet governance is, what is the next step? It's actually becoming part of the puzzle, so contributing to putting it together or to building the building I showed at the beginning. How do we do this? There are several venues where you can actually contribute and participate. The global one, the Forum for Discussions on Policy, Public Policy Issues Related to the Internet, is the Internet Governance Forum, which was launched in 2006 as a result of the World Summit on the Information Society. So now it has its 11th meeting. It will be in December in Mexico. There are, again, fellowships available. So if you go on the IGF website, you will be able to apply for this. And again, ISOC offers some fellowships. Then the ICANN meetings, unlike the IGF, this is actually a place where things happen and decisions are being made. Policy making mainly related to the DNS, but we have many ICANN staff around, so they can tell you a bit more than I can if you have questions. The great thing about ICANN is there are many supporting organizations and advisory committees, so you can find your place whichever stakeholder group you belong to. If you are government, technical community, academia, civil society, business, you can find your place in one of these constituencies. The Internet Engineering Task Force, this is a place more for technical people for the development of Internet standards, but they are open to everyone. The World Summit on the Information Society Forum is again a space for discussions on more broadly ICT and sustainable development, but they also touch on Internet governance issues. And this usually happens in June in Geneva, but they also have remote participation. At regional level, in Europe and then in our extended Southeastern European region, we have first the European Dialogue on Internet Governance, which is basically a regional IGF, a place where there are discussions on IG issues related to topics that are of interest for European stakeholders. The next meeting will be next year. The one for this year already took place in June. We have CIDIG, which is the Southeastern European Dialogue on Internet Governance. It sounds a bit complicated, but it is for what we call Southeastern Europe and the neighboring area. So the neighboring area also includes Armenia, Georgia, and countries around here. The next meeting will be in May next year in Ohrid, the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. We have a call for issues launched, so if you want to propose topics to actually discuss at both Eurodig and CIDIG, you can do that, and we have a bunch of intersessional activities, but more about this a bit later. At regional level, we also have RIPE, and you know the meeting that was here yesterday was a part of this. At local level, we have the Armenian IGF, where we are now, ISOC Armenia, and probably you know many other venues more than I do. So, we know how to actually learn, we know where to go, but how do we keep up with developments? There are so many things happening in internet governance on every single day. It's really difficult to stay up to date with what's happening in all those various places and with all those actors. So, we are at Diplo are trying to help with this, and in cooperation with the Geneva Internet Platform and partially with the Internet Society, we have put together the Digital Watch, which has 3 components. A Digital Watch Observatory, a newsletter, and a monthly briefing, and I will take them one by one. The Observatory, this is an online place, there are links later on, where we gather we gather summaries of the latest developments in digital policies. We provide overviews of over 40 issues related to the internet. Yes, I'm sorry, I speak fast. I'll try to slow down. So issues, internet-related issues. Actors, we have over 200 actors. This is on our website. We provide a brief overview of each actor and the issues they are involved with and what they do related to those issues, and information about ongoing processes. For example, the IANA transition was featured on our observatory, and we provided daily updates with what was happening there. We also keep a calendar of upcoming and past events, so whenever you want to know what's happening in the region or globally, you can go and look there, and also research and data on internet policy. So this is how it looks, a part of it. You can go later online and check. These are the 7 baskets that I have mentioned. For each of these baskets, we have various issues. For example, under security, we have cybersecurity. And on the cybersecurity page, we have an overview of what the issue actually means, a brief description. Then we provide daily, or let's say one update every 2-3 days on what's happening in this particular case about cybersecurity. Then we list actors which are involved in cybersecurity, events related to cybersecurity. So you can just go on that page and see what's happening. The same with, I don't know, digital divide, privacy and data protection, copyright, and many other internet governance issues. This is a snapshot of the actors page and the events page. The second pillar of the Digital Watch is the Digital Watch newsletter. We publish it every month. It has around 8 pages, and in it we basically write about what's happened in the previous month in internet governance. We had the September issue published just at the end of this, the past week after the IANA transition, on that night actually. So I think you can still find it outside if you are interested in seeing it. If not, you can also find it online. The next will be published at the end of October. And we also have monthly briefings on internet governance. So on every last Tuesday of the month, we meet online. Actually, our team in Geneva has an in-situ meeting there, and someone from Geneva presents information about the latest updates, the monthly updates, and then there are discussions about what happened over the month. So you are all kindly invited to join us for these updates. They happen online. The briefings happen online. Then we are also trying to do similar things in our region, in Southeastern Europe and the neighboring area. And this is a new project we have launched in collaboration with the Southeastern European Dialogue on Internet Governance. Liana can also tell you more about CD because she is part of the organizing team of that initiative. So we have monthly summaries of internet governance and digital policy developments in the region. We are trying to gather together updates about what's happening in our countries. We only had one issue of this summary. It was not very comprehensive, but we're progressing. We're trying to do a bit more. If there are updates from Armenia, just write to us and we will include them in the next issue, or from neighboring countries. And we also joined the GIP, the Diplo monthly briefing with the Southeastern European Hub. So after the global briefing, we meet for a Southeastern European Hub and we discuss about what's happening in our region, basically. The next briefing is at the end of this month, on the last Tuesday, on 25 October. And these are some links for some of the resources I have mentioned. I'm sure this will be published online, so you can find basically everything here. And a kind invitation to be part of the puzzle and contribute to building the building. If there are questions or comments or concerns, I'm around now or later. I hope this has been a bit useful to you. Thank you also.
Շնորհակալություն. Thank you very much, Serena, for your presentation. It was really very useful for everyone who wants to know more about internet governance. Եվ թույլ տվեք հրավիրել մեր վերջին սեսիայի մասնակիցներին Սամվել Մարտիրոսյան,
invite the participants of our last session. Samvel Martirosyan is the moderator. Please invite all participants of the last panel session. Good afternoon. I am to officially invite everybody, I suppose. Gayane Harutsunyan, please. There she is. She is representing Noyan Tapan, the most oldest, one of the oldest news agencies in Armenia. Emmanuel. Also, Armigf from similar old agencies. Alaverjan David, again one of the old dinosaurs in this sphere. And Sahatelian Arman, I don't know even how to introduce him, but now he's representing the public radio. Okay. Do you have a question, Mr. Sahatelian? Yes. We are going to speak about things that are a little bit different from the previous topic. We are going to speak about unchecked, false or deliberate disinformation which is disseminated through internet. The question is not new. Is not new in general. Disinformation has always been there. It's old as the world. Simply, internet has become, in all of this, say, disseminator of new infections and an environment for new, how to say, epidemics, because the Armenian or intellectuals or not intellectuals or not Armenian intellectuals and not intellectuals now have acquired a platform which is in a sense media for information. That is, every person can to some extent act as a source of information for media. And naturally, when you have these many sources, even if there is no deliberate intention, then information disseminates with frightening speed. The next question is that the borders have collapsed or vanished, and it's really very difficult to understand where are these sources, in the country or outside the country, and exactly because of that the legal impact on all of this or regulation of all of this is becoming quite doubtful. It is a question whether you can stop it with force or not, although there are countries which are trying to do it. Like in the morning we spoke here about China, which is implementing the most productive, most effective mechanisms for covering or closing the virtual borders of the country, which it used to do with the help of a stone wall in due time against Mongols. But we could narrow the task even more, like in a war situation, when disinformation becomes matter of national security. What tools do we have there, and whether these kind of tools should be there or not? Well, there are many questions, actually. I think those who are present can interfere with their questions, and then we shall start interactive communication. I'd like to apply to Mr. Alaverjan in the first place, because he has this experience of raising such questions. I'm not speaking about disinformation, but about the regulatory methods in internet. I speak about using legal tools in the do you think that as you fought against copy-paste, use some tools and implement them in the legal platform? Firstly, thank you very much for inviting me. Before answering to your question directly, I want to say that a secure information environment is the dream of all societies and states, and each society tries to reach it through some means, like China, as you said, through prohibition, Northern Korea just closing the internet for everybody and all. We have chosen the liberalization way, and I would like to ask my compatriots whether they feel that they live in a safe and secure information environment. Do they feel themselves protected from false, fake information? My personal opinion is no, we are not protected. I feel this as on me, myself, on my friends, on my family members, that we're simply flooded with disinformation or misinformation, with fake information, plus the hate speech, and continuously we are in this stressful flood of fake and misinformation. So I do think that we need to undertake certain steps, most probably even towards the direction of regulation. We have tried to discuss this issue with other media outlets, and we have thought that one of the steps should be the following, that means of media, those media and those sources of information be on the same legal level. Today we are facing a problem that part of the media, say rather a big part of them, are registered as legal entities, they are paying taxes, they are operating, they are keeping staff, and but we have also a huge amount of websites which are declaring themselves as media sources and are not registered anywhere, and what they do is, firstly, they steal somebody else's materials and place it in their site. Secondly, speaking with colloquial language, they try to fish in dark waters. And when the responsibility comes forward, and from the point of view of legal side, we have responsibilities and rights, and when there comes the question of responsibility, immediately a question comes forward or a problem comes forward, because nobody knows how to deal with these media sources, how to call them to responsibility when they are not, whereas they are not registered as such, and they are even not meeting the simplest demands of the law on mass media. Means they don't provide even simple contact information, so as people who become victims of misinformation would apply or ask to say erase this information or change the mend the situation. So we decided to suggest to move the discussion into more professional fields, because we know that there is international experience, and we would like to study or get at least cases from international experience on how could we halt the flood of this false information, and to call them to responsibility, to legal field, if that is the case. Thank you, but do you see the possibility of calling them into legal field when even it is not known whether these sources, where is the address of these sources? There are a couple of information sites which reside in Russian Federation, and it is not even known who are the owners or who are the managers of these sites. And do we have leverages or tools to, say, force them? We have the experience of April war days, when the internet and in particular social networks were flooded with misinformation, and there our majority of our society showed a very conscious approach. I was even astonished. People started to hint each other, to advise each other which sources sources could be trusted, which sources are doubtful or even more false, or which are the tools or the weapon of the enemy. Unfortunately, you and our colleagues can say that this kind of awareness, unfortunately, comes forward only in emergency situations or other emergencies. Other steps, how can we fight against it? I do not know, because if they are indeed registered in other countries, then the disinformation, moving it to our information field, is a matter of seconds, because, internet is limitless. In my understanding, there is one very important tool which is very on low level in Armenia. This is the raising media literacy. I have to say that raising media literacy is a matter of years, if not decades, so as every user would be aware, would be conscious of which information source could be trusted, which should not be trusted. And that will allow us to create a trustworthy media, information media. We do not have such now. You know very well that the sites which are the main information source today, 90% of information in them comes from Facebook. People see some attractive title, they enter, they don't even pay attention to where they are. They feel that they have been cheated, and they don't even pay attention to it. So, and they repeat it again. And the last thing I'd like to say, I think we should start media literacy from schools, and in particular, in the course of lessons on informatics, we could first retrain teachers of informatics, and some of the lessons devote exactly to media literacy and internet literacy, so as we will not see that big number of viruses that are in the internet, and in particular in Facebook, which is used by everybody. I agree with you. Of course, we could discuss only where. In the social, say, informatic lessons, where should be these trainings delivered? In the course of the lessons on informatics, in the course of the lesson of social awareness, of social sciences. Mr. Saratilan wants to say something, but be brief, because I wanted to continue the topic, and then I shall give you a chance to speak. Thank you very much. Actually, I wanted to ask a question to Mrs. Harutinian and Mr. Makichan, because you have the oldest experience in this sphere, and you have observed the Soviet changes till today. And two things. The change of awareness in the media environment in respect of dissemination of false information, and most importantly, has the audience changed qualitatively? Could we say that people have become more conscious and aware, or we could say that we see regress or deterioration of awareness? Thank you. Firstly, a small comment, and then I shall speak about my experience since Soviet times till today. Our topic is defined this way: fighting against sources of information that are disseminating misinformation. I think that is not possible, because today every person is source of information. We spoke about, and to say that it is possible to fight against dissemination of information, it is not possible. In my opinion, it is not possible. Now I shall try to speak about my experience since the Soviet times. Let me say this way, not since Soviet times. We started since 90s, if I'm not mistaken, since 1990. Well, 1990 was a already we were already working in 1990. We were working with the help of teletype, and then we worked with modems, oldest generation modems. Then we formulated the first attempts of journalism. We were very serious in that, and we were approaching to that question very seriously and with great responsibility. We have worked with serious professional reporters who today in the field are occupying serious positions, which could not be done. And then the time started to show some progress. We changed the age, the century. I asked somebody, you don't use the old magnetophones, tape recorders with tape. Yes, you don't use cassette tape recorders. You listen music differently than we used to. We were creating information, we were selling information, our information was bought. Not much, but there was an element of business in what we were doing. The open state of the internet brought to the situation that any person can provide any information, can place, and even stealing from each other. Do you know that in our information agency we had 24 people? Now they are working 2-3 people in one agency and giving 24-hour information. 2 people are working there. One person is translating, the other person is just placing it. Nobody has reporters, nobody has journalists. 2 people are operating 24/7 internet site or information agency, and that's it. Stealing news is not something new. The whole world steals news, which is very bad, but you can't stand against it because they just paraphrase and make it say it in other words or in their own words, the same thing, and you can't prove that it is stolen information and provide it. You can't. The worst thing is that the professional journalism is withdrawing. It is vanishing. If a couple of people now just translating are giving information, it means that there's no journalism. Well, this is another topic for conversation. Now, how to work with not trustworthy sources of information. That is a matter of personal choice. We live in a society. We choose people with whom we can converse, whose opinion is important for us, or whose word is important for us, or we trust them. Let's try, well, you speak with a person who is belonging to a sect, you know what kind of information he will give you. You speak with a partisan, you know what kind of information he will give you. Same is, you enter internet and you should know whose information are you taking and reading. If you are taking, for example, you open Facebook, I don't want to say bad words now, and you see some stupidity or bullshit or nonsense there. I bring, very much like this example. The title says, slaughter in Parliament. Everybody clicks, enters. Turns out that an MP has killed a fly. You can't fight against it. That source of information. Once give, okay, you didn't know, you entered. Second time, you should not enter. You should choose A, B, C, that other information source and use it as you choose your friends, as you choose your close environment. And that much for the beginning. Yes, Mr. Makarchan? Can I speak Russian? Okay, if you don't mind. I share the opinion of my friends, the thoughts of my friends and colleagues, but I want to add that there is some kind of, how to say, cyclic whirlpool, which is dangerous in as much as very soon it can simply wash us away from the market. What is the cyclical character of this whirlpool, and where is the problem? The problem is in that on new platforms of alternative media, Facebooks and digital platforms, all of this is being monetized. And in the first place, the information about which we were laughing is being monetized, like the Prime Minister crashed on the tractor. That was great material. Slaughter in Parliament. All of this is monetized through our common clicks, the number of the clicks we do, and those agencies which are sitting, these dinosaurs, as you call, have nothing to do, have nothing else to do. Well, I do think actually that this is quite normal, natural. Can we stop it? I say absolutely that is impossible, unless, until in this country, in our country, we will not have the development of those spheres, those segments, together with which we will act as a joint infrastructure. If we speak about the political field, then serious information agency or information resource or newspapers, doesn't matter whether they are published or they are in the internet, unless they have become an infrastructure of the political life of the country. I don't see any other possibility. Same is about our business resources, information business resources. They are actually not becoming infrastructures of this business, that business that is developing in Armenia, because it is not developing. Let's be honest. Because even if we look at our commercial banks, they have 3,000 employees there. I assure you, not more than 20 people are interested in global business information, even in that structure. I don't even speak about that business information that is every day given by business analysts of Armenia and is provided, is there in the network. There is the problem of choice, the problem of target audience, and in that respect, from that point of view, I tried to analyze in one of my articles and and basing on the situation of the office, of the situation of economics and political culture, I took these very important 3 segments against which we can't, anyway, we can't simply contradict, to which we can't contradict or avoid or neglect. We should always ask the question, who needs this? The motives of what is going on in the open network today. The first mission, if we were to speak about the negative impact, the first mission is disinformation. Why disinformation? Because exactly disinformation becomes the infrastructure for political, mainly political deception of the society, which we face today very often. Only disinformation can support those political structures which are not accountable to the society, and for which the society is something like soldiers, pawns in the big game. You see this connection. It is there, it is working. The second motivation, I would say, negative mission, is disorientation of the society. That is the most interesting and the most original, unique thing that is going on in Armenia in the course of the last decade, when was created a big amount of internet resources directed towards exactly disorientation of the development of the country. Who has a vision of this country? Nobody has. Ask even the big players of the market. Ask the bankers, directors of big corporations. I don't speak about oligarchs, that's a different story. I speak about businessmen. The biggest problem of these people is lack of vision. There is no vision. We don't know where we go. We don't know what we want. Here, our politicians are using exactly these disorienting instruments, tools. And the third thing is defamation, so-called mission of defamation, which is black, dirty business about which we talked here already, which actually is the simplest elementary. We had such even case of criminal prosecution of one of our colleagues. Well, that's it. That's how I see it. And frankly, in this respect, I am a pessimist. Your pessimism is indeed infective. It depressed me, even. Mr. Saratelian, we have come together here, and we're really glad that we have come together here. And we were talking about the so-called multi-stakeholder model that is managing, controlling, or how to say, supervising the internet, which assumes the involvement of these multi-stakeholder entities. And you are actually representative of this multi-stakeholder community, because you have been a businessman, you have been a politician, you have been a political or public face, now you are sure. No, unambiguously I'm going to make statement from positive point of view, because who is informed, he is armed, and that's my motto, that's my credo. So I suggest let's pass from the linear model to the simulation, so as we analyze the whole cycle of information creation, dissemination, and consumption. And here we could say there are three main links. The first is the, say, conception or inception of the information, when a subject has the thought. We spoke here about the motive, who and what for initiates certain flows of information. And here we have to argue, if we are speaking about or in the context of fight and struggle, then in the contemporary, in order to have some impact in this contemporary life on the let's say inception of this idea, we won't be able, because in the macro context we live in a multipolar world where the collision of interests between superpowers are evident for the future of the whole mankind and the globe, and relations, economics, political formations, economic models, and so on. That is to say, we deal with multipolar, sometimes intolerant, and sometimes even fighting against each other approaches, which are seeking or trying to have their own impact on the mass awareness of the whole mankind, also propagating or advocating this or that model. And I've witnessed it in the course of the Cold War as well. But the physical and informational digital limits are not the same. If in due time we could identify it, today it is impossible to do. Only a big superpower can do it, like China, as you said. Similar attempts are made by Turkey, United States, with their own approaches. Israel is trying to make something somewhat to, because each country, each big and powerful country has some idea about it and is organizing some process. But in such a small country as Armenia is, to mingle into these flows that has been initiated by these superpowers is not realistic for limiting these flows, as from financial, as from economic, as from political, as from human resource point of view. And moreover, we will have to spend half of the resources of the country to manage all of this. So we exclude one link. We have nothing to fight against it. From regional point of view, we have different role players. We are in conflict and continuous war. This is not a quiet region, and any subject in this region is generating its own information flows, and the collision of interests is evident. That's going on to be there always, forever, until we live here in this region. It is not going to be peace or quiet and smooth, including from the point of view of confrontation and information flows. And here also we have no leverages and no impact. And now let's look at micro scale inside the country. As long as we have adopted democratic development, we have different political, social, of other kind, religious, economic, and other kind of groups, each of which has its own vision, its own truth, and its own understanding how this country is to develop and where it should go. And as long as we're a democratic country, so everybody has the right to generate ideas and thoughts and to express them. And that is not punishable. From that point of view, most probably we won't go back to the totalitarian system of management. So again, this link is also excluded. Now let's look at the disseminator. Who is disseminating information? Of course, today we are facing such situation when any object of former information has become subject of information. That is to say, they are not only consuming this information, but anybody is able and capable to become disseminator of this information. And there comes a big question whether these legal regulations, we had these precedences, like the law on fake information, defamation. What did we achieve? Nothing. Maybe we would say force some information sources or websites to register in some official zone, but the border is very subtle. Then we could adopt sooner or later the model of Russia, and that would be the end of our liberalism and even democratic approaches. Because let's imagine my or yours readers of Facebook are bigger than much many than the buyers of or subscribers to the biggest newspapers. What are we going to do with that? So that is a big problem. Here I'm not an optimist, and I don't think that we will find any way to legally control it. So what we have now, consumer, that conscious, that awareness, those minds, which is the object of impact, which everybody tries to conquer, and everybody has its own mission and vision, like one wants to build communism back again, the others want to go back to Soviet system back, the others want to annihilate Armenians from the globe or whatever else. So what is our task? Our task is going to be the function of protecting the consumer. I'm against, I don't think that all of this is to be discussed in the framework of informatics, because this is actually an element of life security. There is such a subject which is taught in higher educational establishments, but I think the current reality is dictating us to start it earlier. And there is one more thing called critical thinking, used very much in West, which is absolutely lacking. Not only the subject, but the phenomena is lacking. So critical understanding, critical thinking, the element of critical thinking does not exist. If people have this element and have these skills, I think, nature has natural mechanisms inculcated in any living being, be it a dinosaur or a mammal. So when eating something, food, they won't be poisoned. There are natural mechanisms like nausea, smell, taste, color. So if the food is poisonous, an animal will never eat it. Unfortunately, the nature has not yet stipulated anything like that for the function of the brain, human brain. But I think evolution will bring to it that each and every human being managed to survive will come to acquisition of some minimum skills of consuming information in order not to be poisoned or diseased. Well, from global point of view, I think sooner or later the system is going to reach to some kind of balance. I listened to a program where to compare the attempts to have impact this humdrum or gossip, the level of scandals and fake information and creating noise and attracting information. Then we would say that the result was not that bad. No, I wouldn't say that everything is so bad. No, I wouldn't say so. The traditional media has a lot to think about in here. That's maybe their problem, that because they are losing the sources of revenue, because they do not have now monopolistic positions for making money on selling information. But nevertheless, that's a different question, and there is also some global experiments for that purpose. But in any case, the development of our socium is going to go towards the raising of educational level criteria and so-called information hygiene. There is something like that, from the point of view of consumption. Some information hygiene. And if we were pursue all these ideas and thoughts, maybe from early age, from school age, the information consumption security or information hygiene will be taught to the maybe in 20 years we shall have more healthy, critically thinking, critically understanding society. And there's nothing difficult in all this. We need only goodwill, consistency, activity of the experts, resources, so as to put the seed into some ground and water it and keep it warm. Well, Shintil in Armenian is the seedling, I want to make an addition. All of us, we came to such idea that we need to work with the society, starting from the school, from kindergarten. Samvel asked the question. We avoided that question. I want to go back about the society. From the very beginning, one of the questions was whether the audience has changed. Yes, the audience has changed very much. Those information sources that have closed the traditional professional media voice, they have closed, they have silenced them. And now, instead of facts and arguments, gossip is nourishing. That's true. People want to read only what they want to read. They listen to what they want to listen. They understand what they want to understand. And they say, lands have been sold. We are betrayed. Yes, we are being sold. This man is corrupt. That man is scoundrel. And the society is receiving gossip, not informative information. And if we put that seedling in the ground and continue to feed our society with not, say, healthy
not useful information. I do not think that we shall have a good result. That is true. We have to work with the society, but we have to also think about what information we are feeding this society. The quality of information has gone down, has deteriorated, and the demand towards information has deteriorated. Before they could demand economic information, economic data, the character of needed or demanded information is changing. I think simply the same people continue demanding the same, simply more people are consuming information. Same is with the TV, you know. I don't want to raise this topic. Besides Facebook, we have also TV, and I can declare that March 1 was the result of the information war of two wings of confronting powers in the society. They provoked the society to the level of March 1 events. Well, indeed, the quality threshold has been artificially pushed down, and that seedling, our wonderful, what do we give to our brilliant youth? We have to think about them. Mr. Makarchan wants to say something. Thank you. There was a small hint. Maybe we missed something into it, but actually we started some of these programs 15 years ago, so as to have results today. We started some programs, we did some investments, provided them with some software, knowledge, information, analytical skills, so as to come to some interesting result in a decade or 15 years. So I understand, of course, that we didn't work enough, and we do not work enough for more clicks for our materials. Maybe, well, for example, maybe many people like certain parts of Kardashian body. I prefer other things, but she won't simply have place in my website. I can imagine her I imagined where is this country going to be, and I was mistaken. So please forgive me for my mistake, people. And, well, as long as time is really limited, if you have questions, please, 1, 2, 3 questions. Yeah, okay. Go on, please. 2 observations. One, that the computer lessons that you say that there are computers. Through our Internet Governance Council, we have decided to the conclusion that children now come to kindergarten with their computers, these kid planchettes. They come to kindergarten, not even to school, with computers. We wrote a letter to the Minister of Education, and they said, come, let's discuss raising computer literacy, even not from schools, but from kindergartens. Otherwise, there is no sense. Like in the 8th form, in the 8th grade, the informatics lessons, it would be already late doing something. Or I didn't hear what method of fight Mr. Martirosyan suggested. He spoke about we have to inform the society about the information sources of media that are giving out fake or false information, defamation, disinformation, how to fight against them. Yes, I have a question connected with media literacy. When we say that let's teach media literacy, okay, let's take me, myself. I have opened a web, I said news from Armenia. I don't speak about Facebook, it's impossible to fight against gossip, and the list of sources comes. How should I know who from that list is bringing copyrighted facts, who is a robber,
who is stealing, information stealing? How could we know who is a normal media provider, news provider, so as to read them and not touch the others? In the course of the days of the April days, we applied to Artur Novanesyan such suggestion, suggesting that not simply to make the list or publish the list of those sites which are not trustworthy, but suggesting give the list of those sites that could be trusted. Yeah, those who could be trusted. We asked him to publish the list of those who be trusted. And the Secretary of the Ministry of Defense thought that it is ethically wrong, even in conditions of war. That's why, together with Samvel and Artur Avanesov, we prepared a small list, and we suggested it in a form of a program, prepared the list of those sites which are disseminating disinformation, mainly with three purposes. One, to evidently these were the sites prepared by the enemy that were acting in our information field. Second, sites from neutral countries like Russia, which were financed by the enemy, and however the information from these sites again would appear in our field. And third, as they say, those who were making money, who were cooking false video materials, video information materials, and selling it like 15 cents per each view. And that list was disseminated very quickly, and people started to pay attention to it. If we call to the experience of different countries, there is so-called wall of shame, as they say, meaning those media means or those sites that are that have not just once, by incidents or by mistake, disseminated disinformation and misinformation. Society has a very adequate response to this. Society knows that these sites are, I don't know, yellow or whatever other color, and they should not be trusted. Manuk said, and I will repeat, that for some sites, for some media sources, well, it is indeed impossible, unacceptable to place serious, to play yellow information next to serious analytical facts, and moreover, say, false information, defamation, gossip, things taken from here and there. I think that the main purpose of this media literacy is to be teaching people how to make choice of those trustworthy sources of information for him or herself, for his or her own consumption. I think for each person this list is going to be different, because some people believe in this, some people believe in that, or like this or like that, but in the result we shall have that such result, the result that we shall have two types of media sources. As in the civilized world, we shall have trustworthy media and we shall have yellow media. But people will know that this information is, say, the beautiful parts of Kim Kardashian bodies are presented by yellow media outlets, and this information that is giving analysis of the political and economic phenomena in the countries are given by trustworthy outlets, and the opinion of these outlets is to be trusted, and sometimes even the authorities listen to them and take them. Well, whatever. We can't speak without remembering or reminding each other about the beautiful parts of Ms. Kardashian. Whatever we say. No. Well, the society creates the demand. Exactly. That's it. If there is no demand, then It's difficult to go backward to it. Mr. Sahian, I welcome your initiative, of course. Simply, what I say does not exclude what you say. In the reality, yes, the lessons of informatics, we can start from the earliest age. We could call it not informatics, we could call it some computer literacy. Why did I say informatics? Because the computer base is created exactly for that, and we can use that base, that infrastructure. How it will be called doesn't matter. The purpose is clear for all of us, that children are coming to school with their planchettes, with their tablets, and with their notebooks and whatever. And what are we going to teach them, however? They are already taught. What are you going to teach them? I welcome it, but again, I want to say I'm against it, that this is not to be in the framework of informatics, because hardware and the, say, trustworthiness of information have nothing to do with each other. The information consumption and understanding the authenticity of information are quite different things. And this is not only about the information they receive from the sites. Today in the book market, it is, I don't know, it is garbage. Let's say the subject school books, manuals in the sphere of communication. I was forced to buy 70, 80 books from everywhere so as to take out of them those books, so to show my students not read this, because people are making business. Whoever has the access writes a book and publishes it. And the same is in the research, in the science sphere. We call it methodological principles of the objectivity of scientific knowledge. Professor Manasyan has a brown book written with 427 pages, which has nothing to do with informatics. How can I explain it? I am ready for 4 hours to speak only about the topics, lists, tools, instruments, from the point of view of authenticity, from the point of view of trustworthiness. Why not? What's the problem? In the school, but maybe not in the kindergarten. You have to... Mr. Saratelian, I ask you, what you said right now, taking chance of your, using your official position and your channel, please use the channel of information to the, I promise you to provide you a platform in that format that you want, with that frequency that you are ready to use it, for providing some content to our society, and you are always welcome. That's it. Well, I think we have an interlink here. Well, there is one person who is from both sides sitting right there, where I'm always ready to give you the platform. Come, let's work. The question of the channels is clear. Okay. Time is really pressing people. And we have even no time. Well, quickly, let's do a brainstorm. 1, 2 questions, and that's it. Now, ladies first, please. Hi, thank you. Narine Khachadrian. I am representing Media Education Center NGO, and I'm also working in the program Safe Internet as a coordinator with Haika Sbaryan. We discussed here a couple of very important questions, very important. I wanted to highlight something else, a couple of very important things. As we have dealt with media education, let's say, in the course of the last 7, 8 years, we have had several programs, and in particular, in 2012, in some schools, more than 30 schools, pilot programs have been delivered on media education, and the results were assessed, and so we had also, we have involved communities, not only in schools, but communities. And A couple of important things I would like to highlight very much. Firstly, it is very important to differentiate media education from media literacy. Here it was suggested, let's start the subject and then decide what is going to be the name of it. The computer literacy is something different from digital literacy. Internet literacy is something quite different else, and there's also media literacy. So all of these things, subjects, it's not that we are translating them differently. They are led or regulated by quite different standards, at different subjects. Moreover, in the world there are different approaches. Like in Anglo-Saxon countries, there is such a tradition that media literacy, which is mainly based on developing critical thinking, it is started through languages, through teaching languages. Like in Great Britain, it is taught through teaching English. Dear Narne, you are speaking now? Yeah. No, when you speak, let's start how to start this. It depends on what we are going to start. It depends on what subject and with what purpose we want to develop. In European countries, the media literacy is started through and provided through different subjects, several at the same time, like geography, history, civil society. Okay, we're just talking. There's nobody from the Minister of Education to say this is possible or not. Well, as long as we together with the Minister of Education for years have negotiated around this question. Well, I have nothing to say. The scouts and Dashnaks are right there in next room having their own conference. Well, the main problem for inserting media literacy in our society and in our educational system is in that our educational curricula is overloaded. There are no even minutes, not hours. Okay, let's not discuss educational issues because we really have little time. And that's not the topic of this panel. Media literacy is not the topic. No, the difficulties of implementation. We don't need to. There's no sense in discussing the curriculum now because we've entered into another sphere. Yeah, we could discuss it separately and devote hours to it. Yes, dear people.
Offline avtobusa.
There is a bus being late. So let's finish with this. I ask you, please allow me to ask, because I'm not going to see. I'm asking Ashok Mirzoyan, you spoke about the consumers, and I am the head of the consumers. I want to continue the idea of Arman, very important about information hygiene. Whether you want it, you don't want it, I'm going to do it. We are starting a competition for public consumer goods. Do you need some kind of competition for whatever? I can't speak on behalf of all media outlets, but I can speak on behalf of the biggest radio station. Everything which is directed towards raising awareness, teaching skills, how to see where is false, where is truth, where is there is gossip, why and for what is this information given. Besides that, don't do anything, because that's ungrateful work. Rating the media outlets, some kind of, say, shame or honor wall or honor wall media. Don't do it. These kind of things are done in millions of such things in the world. The methodology is quite unreliable. And in the society, we're not ready so far to have adequate response to this kind of things. Can you teach it to an individual teacher? If you need our support as a media, we will provide that. By the way, public radio has consumer hour.
İnşallah
Thank you very much, everybody. Liana is going to close. Thank you very much. Indeed, it was so interesting. Time is finished, but people don't want to leave. They continue to ask questions and continue discussion. Well, the rest of the questions we shall do next year. I want to express thanks to all of our participants. This year too, the discussions were very interesting and very briefly. I would like to know what is your opinion. Was it good? Was it bad? What were the shortcomings? Maybe you will have some suggestions. A little, I want to apply to our guests, those experts that are participating in many such events in different countries. Please, say something. Frederick?
Something to say?
Many things to say. So
Yes, shut
I mean, do you know any other place in the world when we can have topics as diverse of OTT, which is one of the hottest topics in the world, discussed in such an open way, in a nice way? Security, what else? CCTLD. So we, in just one day, have been able to address so many issues in the Armenian style, which means to the point in a very cool way. And I was speaking about local content, so I guess I should have anticipated that people will refer to Kim Kardashian. So you know what? You made my day. It's an extraordinary day. Thanks a million for this. I said that it would be an historic IGF, and I was completely right. So thanks a lot for the wonderful day. Thank you.
Շատ շնորհակալություն բոլորին, ես ինտերնետ
On behalf of the Internet community and board of Internet, I want to invite everybody to participate in our dinner, gala dinner in Caucasus complex, which is on the road towards Ashtarak. At 6:30, buses are going to move from Shahumyan. Well, it is the buses will not go without us. Don't worry. Exactly, this is 6:30, and we are now. The buses are waiting for us to go to the dinner. Thank you very much for participation and for active participation. I will say a couple of words. I want to thank a lot our sponsors. Ասոցիացիայի Հայաստանի ինտերնետ հանրությանը, Ռայվեսիսին, ABC Գոմեն ընկերությանը, Armigf ընկերությանը, ինչպես նաև Arpinetին եւ մեր մեդիա պարտները Digital Report կարող եք գտնել ամբողջ ինֆորմացիան այնտեղ շնորհակալություն բոլորին find all information there and I want to thank our volunteers who have participated in this translate also
բոլորին հասանելի լեզվով եւ շնորհակալություն իհարկե
for everybody. Thank you participants. Till next year.
You're welcome.